Bueno, hola a todos y bienvenidos.
So, good morning, everyone. Carmen Ferreira is my name. I'm responsible for sustainability, ING, Spain and Portugal. Ignacio Garcia is my name. I'm director of the Spanish Association of Manufacturers of Plywood and General Secretary of Poplar. So we would like to welcome you to Treeconomics. This is the wood in a sustainable economy. So this conference has been arranged by ING and Poplar, which is the European Association representing producers and companies working in the chain production of poplar wood. So today we're going to have great experts in the sector of wood, and we're going to have some informal talk where we will have different speakers, and at the end of every paper we'll have time for Q&A. And also I'd like to tell you that we're going to have a QR code where you can check the agenda and also the biography of all the speakers. Today we have many speakers covering all the different sectors of wood, and as you know now, wood is very popular because it can contribute a lot to fight climate change. And also here in Spain, unfortunately, we've had many fires. So we hope that the fires in the forest can be eliminated soon, and so that we can meet the goal of the European Union to have a carbon neutral Europe by 2050. So without further ado, we're going to start the official opening. So we're going to have Joris van Acker, who is the chairman of Poplar, and Carlos Garcia Peredo, who is the head of structured finance, ING Spain and Portugal, and Maria Torres Quevedo, who is the sub-director of forest policy and fight against desertification from the Ministry for the Ecological Transition and the Demographic Challenge. So thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay, I should get the next one, right? It's my pleasure as chairman of Poplar to welcome you all to this meeting. And this is a very nice event in a very nice environment and a collaboration between an organization, which I will briefly present here as the European Poplar Initiative, or actually a European platform that is bringing together growers, companies, people involved in the poplar sector. And this is a joint event of Poplar, this organization, and a bank, ING, that is willing to look into options to have future collaborations into Treeconomics, which is actually related to use economic factors as a part of the sustainable story of forestry and growing trees in function of different products for the future. You can see some of our elements there. There's a more holistic approach also presented, and there are some goal, commitment, and challenges. I would probably mainly look at the challenges that are growing trees in Europe is part of a biodiversity forestry strategy, I think, which is not a simple one, but is also part of the story of linking between land use and producing material for our future bioeconomy. I come back to that in my talk on the 21st century poplar tree, but definitely it is part of our goals to get into building a society more responsible for our home earth, is mentioned as a challenge, which is very holistic, but still it's part of the story that we are working with plantations, with trees that we grow for our future. And in this respect, I say that we have been starting in 2008, and the main countries that are acting on this are Spain, France, Italy, and to some extent also Belgium and Hungary, and some other countries also involved in that kind of organization, and trying to get all efforts together to get to more sustainable use of this kind of material in a future bioeconomy. With this, I would like to thank you and introduce some other people for the Treeconomics, Wood and Sustainable Economy, and our people from the bank also introducing a little bit the bank, and also some people want to have this sustainability aspect a little bit more. So I hand over to the next speaker. Please, thank you.
Thanks, Joris. I'll switch to Spanish. Muchas gracias, Joris, y bienvenida, María.
Thank you so much, Joris, and welcome. Thank you so much, Maria. It's a great pleasure to have our Ministry of for the Ecological Transition and the Demographic Challenge here as a common link for everyone, and this is sustainability. As of today, for ING, sustainability is much more than just a point to cover or something to do. It is part of our core values, because we have over 50,000 people working at ING with a common goal, which is to preserve our planet and to achieve a sustainable development of our society. So here we find some common point for everyone here, and also especially with Populus and the wood industry. And this is how especially how to face some challenges such as global warming, and to achieve the goals for 2050, to achieve a more neutral economy, and also on how to promote development out of the urban areas. This is a rural development. So when we think of Poplar, we all feel very connected. So what can we do to tackle global warming? So Poplar is one of the species that can sequestrate the highest percentage of carbon. So we will see the potential of wood to replace other construction materials, and so that we can have a better energy efficiency. But also, we are very connected with the world of wood, and also with the industry of wood, and also with its potential. And this is the commitment to have a sustainable growth out of the cities. So this is a rural development. So we can only think of the first time when I visited a Poplar forest with my friend, Mr. Galera, and he told me, we are responsible to have the wood in the rural areas, to have some benefit for the people in the rural areas. And I'm super identified with that, Pedro. So the wood industry can be a catalyzer. Sorry, it can be a catalyst. So we're going to speak today to forest experts, academic people, and also with some big experts of wood transformation and also design people. So today we have, for example, some designers who are making, for example, pieces of clothes out of the fibers of wood. So there's so many opportunities. So I want to take a bit further, so we can have big collaborations between the big companies, the European institutions, and the public administration. So we can have a great public-private partnership, so that this becomes a reality, so that we can generate opportunities beyond the city environment, so that we can have a more sustainable country to revert climate change. So this is a great opportunity, but also we are responsible for that. Thank you so much. And I would like to give the floor to Maria.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Muchísimas felicitaciones.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate the Association Populus in Europe and also the bank ING for organizing this event with such an inspiring word, which is Treeconomics. I loved that. So on behalf of the Ministry for the Ecological Transition and the Demographic Challenge, I want to thank you for the invitation. And our General Subdirector, Enrique, she was expected to come, but she had to go to another urgent meeting. So as Carlos said before, right now we have many fires, so she had to go to fight some fires. So our ministry wants to support forestry management. Just 3 months ago, our Vice President III, she explained that forestry management is a key factor for the two challenges that we have, for ecology transition and also for the demographic challenge. This very vision of promotion of forestry management. This is going to be regulated, and with this, we're going to also cover the new Spanish forestry plan for the country. We already have a draft, and we hope to approve this very soon for our society. We will share this with the industry. We've already shared this with the regional government. And when it comes to strategic documents, only yesterday in the House of Parliament we presented the national strategy to fight desertification. So we could think that desertification happens just in other countries, in other places, and it may affect Spain less, or maybe it doesn't affect the poplar forests. But in the forest areas, we can identify here that we need to maintain the goods and services delivered by the mountains. So here we identify as a goal and as a measure to promote. There we can see the promotion of the advantage of forest biomass in general terms. So there we can see very clearly how we have, for example, in the poplar forests, our ministry very much appreciates the value that we have for bioeconomics in terms of forests. And there we see a big opportunity in the transition areas between some forests and some crops areas. So there we can have an activity which is profitable, and this is also delivering big benefits to the society as a whole. This brings a better quality for the water. This can retain also nitrates, and it can work as a green filter, and it delivers some products which have a long shelf life and a high added value, as we will see today in today's conference. And this all helps to work also as a carbon sump, and the products that we get there have a long shelf life, and after this shelf life these products can be very easily recycled or reused for energy. So once again, from our ministry, we would like to explain that now for the sector of poplar, recently we've just finished our national mapping of poplar areas with over 80,000 hectares of productive poplar trees, and it is scheduled. We're scheduled to do a poplar inventory, and these are two tools to have better and more precise information in this sector, so that we can also add this to other national tools that we have, such as the forest mapping and forest inventory. But now this is going to be more specialized into this field, which is where we have relatively reduced surface compared to the general forest area, but this has a high value in terms of resources and products, so that's why we want to pay more special attention to the sector of poplar. So also we have the presidency of the Poplar Association, and this is a sector where we have a lot of interest, and we love to support, and it's always a great pleasure to be with you. So thank you so much, and we wish you a very fruitful day, because you have great experts and speakers, so it's going to be very interesting. Thank you so much. Great, so thank you so much. So after the official opening, we're going to now move to our first speaker, our first paper. So wood is a material that has always existed, and we've always been using it, but it has so many different uses that it is always popular, and now more than ever. So Joris van Acker, he's going to tell us why this tree, poplar, is the tree of the 21st century. He's a professor at the Gante University. He's also the chairman of Propolis, and he directs a research group in the University of Ghent, Wood Technology Lab. And he's the ex-president of Innova Wood, I'm also in the investigation group for wood solutions. He leads a working group for sustainable uses and use of earth products and bioenergy within the international Poplar FAO. So, Mr. Joris, the floor is all yours.
Slides should be coming. Yes. Welcome again. Poplar, the tree of the 21st century. Probably was the tree of the last century, probably will be of the next century, but I'm focusing on this century because that's the one that we are living in now. Now, what is this about? It's a fast-growing hardwood. Poplar is one of the fast-growing hardwoods. It has been part of the story for our moderate climate that we have in Europe. In tropical zones, there will be other ones. In more boreal areas, we'll talk on different trees. But still, poplars are representing a major part of the world's forestry and plantation-related population of trees. I would also like to address the bioeconomy and how we're going to address the need for more materials or bio-based materials and energy deriving from our resources, and look into that as an integrated approach. Integrated, that means that we have been using also poplar in an integrated approach, but also other species, trees, and the forestry wood chain has always been a very integrated one with saying this is for peeling, this is for sawing, this is for chipping, and it comes sometimes from the same tree and gets into different products, and we are not necessarily cutting one tree for one purpose. That's integrated. Building with wood is a new story, and it's been recently really very much addressed by the European Union, and the Commission people have been addressing it very specifically, that we should address this in future. What is the possibility of poplar in the system? And then finally, I would like to readdress a little bit plantations, but also include the possibility of linking that to agroforestry and agriculture sector. There's some pictures there. I'm, of course, very much into the right-hand side, and I said X-ray tomography and all these things. But this is part of the story. You have to know how the wood is produced, how it is acting as a product, to know what is the best use of it and how to enhance actually the properties. Okay, poplar is, apart from aspen, which is more Nordic, but also willows, belonging to a group of fast-growing species with specific uses in the past, which have changed sometimes to softwoods today, but still there's a lot of potential of using this group of hardwoods as a complementary material to softwoods. We have poplar plantations. There's estimated to be close to 1 million hectares all over Europe. There are some 8 million ones probably in China, which is not so productive, but might be in the future, and it's part of the story of worldwide. And there's more in South America, there's North America, there's everywhere, there's material. I belong to this organization, as Ignacio introduced, where I try to defend and protect and enhance the possibilities of poplars and other fast-growing species in case of economics, but also bioenergy, sustainability of livelihoods, which is an important issue all over the place for rural regions and so on. This organization, the European Poplar Association Pro Populus, where I stand for today, is of course a very eminent one where the industry shows interest in getting involved into this framework. And finally, there's also more forestry-related grouping, which is called UFRO, which is actually bringing together people, specialists, experts in forestry, and there's a specific working group on genetics where I'm also working on. Now, what is poplar? Hybrid poplar. Hybrid poplar means that this poplar has become true crossings, very similar to agriculture, bringing material up to an enhanced properties in growing strength, rate, but also in protection against diseases and all this adaptation to climate, adaptation to soil, adaptation to all these elements are part of the story. And we see some major elements or regions of production in Europe which are often linked to rivers. And this river link is not just essential, but it has to do, of course, with the way poplars are growing. Especially in Spain, this might be more critical than in some other regions like Belgium, for instance, where we grow poplars on more elaborate sizes. Okay, I should probably also address the numbers. France on top, Spain, Italy, Belgium. That's where you see also the Pro Populus members coming from, and the industry being located also very much linked to the plantations, of course. I have already mentioned these words, but the one in blue on bioeconomy, I'm not necessarily using the word in blue, but still, it's not sure whether it's the fully green wood, could be economic word also. Green building is definitely green, but it's probably also a little bit more politically blue, because it means that we have to have a sustainable future, and economics is also very. And I used in purple enhanced, which is one of the things that I'm standing for. If we use material in the future, we should not necessarily use the material as it is, we should also look into increasing the potential of it, both by breeding, selection, but also by changing the properties, making new products out of it, and having this. When I talk on fast growing, we have poplars and willows, but we have a lot of other species also worldwide that might have the same option to work to our bioeconomy in the future. Right? This I have shown to many people before from my Castro, who died several years ago already, was the origin of this slide, and colleagues from Italy have been really showing this is the tree, and this is what we use for peeling, whether it's for fruit boxes or packaging or plywood, definitely, but also we saw them for other packaging or other materials, which has been the dominantly current uses. Somewhere also there should be matches, but we've forgotten a little bit about that in Europe. We send it to other regions in the world to make matches out of poplar. And finally, we have this nowadays very fashionable thing of we have trees and we chop them, we chip them, and we make biomass out of it, and we make energy, and we make anything out of it. But we forgot about the essential integrated approach that we need to focus on high quality products first and have the biomass additional produced for other purposes as a secondary system, which is something I will still promote for the rest of my life, as long as I can, to say that these bottom ones, like plywood, is key for the whole story to have it done, and that we need this integrated approach. Okay, this is part of the story today. Poplar bioeconomy, I just put it with a question mark. I should myself have no question mark on that. If I see the left side of the slide, which is a recent publication trying to get the picture on what is green economy, bioeconomy, bio-based economy, how do you link with circular economy. Not all these words are used as synonyms, but they're not necessarily synonyms. They are sometimes very much focused, sometimes very less focused. But actually in all this, poplar fits. And it also fits in 3 billion tree extras for the European Green Deal, whatever that would mean. But definitely we can plant extra poplars. We cannot necessarily plant other trees so simple in Europe. Some of my colleagues or everywhere in the world have been focusing on poplars for waste treatment, phytoremediation, roadside buffers, land restoration. There's actually nothing there that we have today as the main focus, plantations. But still they say this is the future for poplar. So I can see there's more than just today, and there's more future. And actually what you see below there is a combination whether we should prioritize a factory or prioritize biorefinery. I already said this is not one or the other, it's all together, even from one single tree. Similarly, if we go into genetics and breeding, how are we going to see the future? Do we have trees that are very good for poplar plantations? Are they very good for biorefineries, whether they have more lignin, less lignin, grow fast, disease resistant? All these things are, even if they're more or less suitable for agriculture, agroforestry. This could be part of the story in the future. And whether we then go to energy related or biorefining, base economy, chemicals, this could all be true, a story, but it's a combination of all these different elements. And so, yes, my colleagues at my university working on biotech are promoting that side of the economy and trying to leave out the other one, which is actually what we should do in Europe. Okay. Also, we have a lot of potential. I just took one slide from my proposal last time where you say you can work drought resistance by new types of crossings between different poplar types and come to more drought-resistant poplars. Remember my story on the rivers? Not necessarily. I mean, some poplars could grow on drier land. And we have for short rotation copies or for anything specific purpose, we have a huge amount of different poplar clones we can select from and we can change from one to another. It's very similar to the agriculture sector and have a very good potential for the purpose. What is my main story today, that there's even more potential in what kind of products we should produce for the future, taking into mind bioeconomics, building with wood and enhanced properties. One of the things I wanted to show you is educate you a little bit on what is engineered wood products. Most of you will know poplar and plywood, and I think some of my colleagues will show it today. But there's also something like cross-laminated timber, which means like plywood on steroids, but using actually solid sawn timber, similar to glulam. But there's also something like OSB, probably you know that. But similar products are in beam format, also produced in North America and in some places in Europe also. Mainly probably based in some areas on softwoods, but in some areas in the world used aspen or poplar-based products. So this is options for the future. I want to show you some of them. Just some brief slides. This is going back, this is actually the Netherlands, Belgium, where we renovate old houses, barns, which were made of poplar construction wood. And we reintroduce new material. I'm not saying this is the future, but don't forget the past was nice new. So we didn't always use softwoods. This is a modern way of some French construction where they used poplar definitely for a modern way of design and product of poplar beams and construction systems. Glulam, also in a very old Hungarian system, but also tested recently on the potential of having just glulam as a replacement of softwood glulam. And CLT, which is probably one of the main options if we go into building with wood, that besides veneer, plywood, there is part of the tree that we can use also for this purpose. And this complementary possibility of getting into building with wood would be a very good one for the future. So there's a lot of research going on, people addressing this very specifically. Right? Main target of our group, Populus, main object today is of course plywood and to some veneer for packaging. These elements, and these are showing that this is not just one big company. Sometimes it is a big company, but not just one big company. There are many partners, family-based, rural-related. All these elements are very important for our future livelihoods in Europe. We are a rich region, and even I come from a rich region. I sometimes think we shouldn't produce wood because we have so much money, we can buy everything from everywhere. I'm not sure this is our responsibility. Our responsibility as Europeans is to show that we have the bioeconomics of the future, and we are running it. We're not just buying it. Does these companies, congratulations that they exist and that they work and that they're active in this, and we should promote this even. They do not always get the support they should get from the European Union. Let's say it like that. One example, Garnica, but also the potential of using veneers for really laminated veneer lumber products that are derived related. And actually this is not just one or the other, it's sometimes a mix or something like that, which shows that plywood that is today probably not used a lot, poplar plywood and specifically for construction, have a bright future. And I will show you that it is very complementary or similar to the softwood material we've been using today. A nice example I took from somewhere in France where they show that you can actually do anything, not anything, but a lot. I think this is a very important one. And that we show, this is showcasing that poplar is not just low in quality. It has all potential for being used in construction. These products even are sometimes neglected, but they are in the integrated approach that I mentioned earlier, very important. We do not only build with plywood, we do not only build with glulam, we also build with sheeting material, which is in North America already developed from plywood to OSB, also with beam-like products based on strands. We should probably also embrace that in the European context in the future. This is kind of products that we see in this context already existing or at least having a major potential for being used in Europe, right? I just want to refer back, wood and timber and building with wood is not a new thing. And of course we recognize some, and I did deliberately take no example from Spain, because, no, sorry for that. But this is actually, all over Europe we have examples of building with wood from the past. And they sometimes are concentrating on oak and these things, but in the past they were also building on poplar and on this material. We should not forget that this past has learned a lot to people, technicians, and in the Notre Dame is definitely something that we have stories on that. Sorry, that one, this way should be better. And this is the story we might work on in the future. not only current products, but also engineered wood products for the poplar sector, as not just selecting better material, but also getting into different products that allow us to go into building with wood in a far more stronger relationship using all this kind of products. Just an example, technically speaking, I mean, it's just having graphs from CIRAD, which is a French organization mainly working on tropical wood species, but they also have details on our species, comparing the most common, the most present wood species used in Europe is spruce. And it's also very, very useful for all construction and all different pulp and paper, all this material. Well, look for one property where poplar is rated lower. It's not possible. There are even some that are better with poplar. Doesn't mean that we can just replace, but it shows that the potential of using something like poplar in very similar products as the major wood species in Europe, I would not say replace. We know there are some difficulties with spruce today with insects and stuff like that, but still, this is a possibility where you should not have people saying, I only want spruce. And they might even like poplar. Probably we don't have to tell them. And there are some things like drying of solid, and we know that veneers could be a little bit difficult to dry, and some materials more difficult to gluing. But we have industry, I've shown that industry, that is capable of running plants and producing these products. There is some rheology issues, long-term behavior of hardwoods can be more difficult than softwood, but still we can manage that. And this means that we can have more plantations, more poplars for more bioeconomy, with still a lot of biorefinery material, but a lot of construction material also. And some other ones like in the grading, but there's also issues on insulation. But this is not something just for poplar, it's for all wood species valid. Right? Finally, my work in my university, my lab, was a lot focused also on enhancing the properties. And some companies do very traditional working with chemicals, biocides, you could say, to enhance the possibility of even poplar. I think all of us, we know that poplar is easily degraded by fungi, sometimes insects, but definitely. But you can do something about that. We should not forget that we can enhance the property. Today we are working even on modified wood, thermally modifications used for cladding. This is a very common product in my country today. Don't forget that. It's not that something is rare. We have thermally modified poplar on the market for cladding, which is outcompeting many other products. You see one of the center products is very nice, this kind of products. This is very well, good looking, nice cladding material, but also the plywood, also other thermally modified. So this is modification, not using biocides, but just changing the properties by some process that is using some energy to get there. Densification, there was actually a paper in Nature that was focusing on this kind of processing, was probably with pine, but this process is still a very potentially making of a low density material something high density. I'm not saying we should promote that, but it's showing the potential of doing that. And also acetylation, furfurilation, everything that has been tested on softwoods. And you have to say that these processes even do not work with spruce. Don't forget about that. They need acetylation of radiata pine, of material coming from southern yellow pine. Spruce is not working. Poplar works. And of course, we should not forget about this. Using coatings, overlays, all these methods allow you to protect, to have the moisture dynamics of poplar plywood and the poplar product enhanced in performance. Right? Mainly plywood, but we don't have to stick to that. And I think we still have scope for growth with plywood. I'm not saying that we are using plywood now for many applications, but not yet for full application potential in the building sector. Building with wood, this would still be allowed. We can have some idea what cross-laminated timber would mean, and cross-laminated timber of poplar is something definitely that we should look into. Whether we can get into the story of high-rise buildings, I'm not sure. I'm involved in Cost Action Helen, which is actually looking for what can be done for building with wood for high-rise building in a European context. And definitely poplar could be a story there. But all wood species should be part of it. And the new European Bauhaus, look into that. This is really the initiative of building with wood in the future and getting this kind of storage going. I've been involved beginning this year, already earlier, in trying to get the project together which links possibility of having more growing poplars even on arable land and look into potential of agroforestry. We were not fully successful, but I would like to still present you the principles. There's a lot of land, arable land in Europe that is fully monoculture agriculture, which is definitely not a fantastic biodiversity, not an effective climate protective system. Using agroforestry, and for many other reasons, would give a benefit to the agriculture sector in getting into the future of climate change. And we could grow poplars for what I was just explaining. This combination brings us to a circular, sustainable, and transformative bioeconomy, which would benefit for both populace, banks, definitely, but also definitely the agriculture sector. And that was the idea. We did get this left slide. I want to bring it to that one by means of including something on agriculture, but also on poplars. This could change the objectives of the common agriculture policy. I know many people would say, if you talk about CAP, don't touch, don't work. It's not that we want to change, but we want to include something like the EU bioeconomy strategy in a different way also in that purpose. And with that, I would like to conclude and saying, I do see a future that agriculture sector, but plantations in general, are producing that kind of nice logs ready for plywood production, but also the other parts of the tree for other products, getting into the building with wood sector far more, trying to get this all together and looking for future options of having trees even agriculture sector. Since we were not successful with the proposal at the EU level, I got so many positive reactions, both from the review of the project as from the colleagues, that we might look for another proposal in future. I'm a little bit tired of getting proposals in all the time. That's not the story, but still, I think we should look for the momentum of getting not just plantations, also agriculture sector, all these people aware of this sustainability option for the future. And look into what we can do with that, whether it is a cost action like I was referring, or private, public, interactions or whatever we do, we should look into that. I think this event is actually eminent, not just for that purpose, for the overall indication that we would work together. And if you don't know me yet, you can find my coordinates over there. Thank you for your attention. I'm sure there's not real time for discussion, or should we do it now? Yes, there is? Okay, I should ask for the questions then. Yeah, if there are questions, I'm open to answer something, yeah. This is quiet, it was very clear. Yes.
So I have a question for you. On the last slide, you were talking about the possibility for public-private collaborationships or partnerships.
Expect from governments on that front?
Yeah, well, this public-private, sorry, I will answer in English, but the public-private partnerships is something that is promoted by the EU at this moment very much. So they don't want to be the only ones spending money. I just put it there because it is very common to think that way today. I'm not saying that it is that we have this project proposal that we had there, that it should now be funded differently. This is not working like that. We should use it as something to start with and look what are our options. In specific countries, I'm looking for options where I can get PhD students, still do some work on that as a university. But other options also would be that private companies, like we have Propopulus, are interacting with that team, and that team is embracing some potential and looks for future plan. This future plan could be just resubmit the proposal, but it could also be that we say we're going to set up a network with the partners we have and work with these partners towards possibilities in the future, or at least start some things that we have already planned and integrate that as a total package. It's not just the money, because sometimes, look, when you write PPP, it's about to find, and I understand that from a perspective of a bank, this is one of the first triggers that you get. And it's, of course, it's part of the trigger, but it's also a story that if we want to be a sustainable future, we need this interaction. We cannot just have the fantastic new Bauhaus system from Europe selling, we have to build with wood. There will be people that need to build. I had just yesterday had a discussion with my university. They're going to build or rebuild part of a campus. I just put to the rector system immediately, there will need to be a building in wood. You have to be sure that even my university do not consider wood. They consider concrete for building, and steel, and glass, and architecture and that relationship. So my colleagues are my wood friends, but they were not thinking about building anything in wood. Although the Commission von der Leyen was explaining we should, my university is a brilliant thinkers, they have not been thinking about that. So this is also private-public interactions that we need to convince the private sector, and not only to have a public awareness, but also the private sector, that it's time to start actually promoting that kind of stuff. So before I die, I would like to have a high-rise Poplar CLT building somewhere in Europe by the private sector. Yes?
Would you have some figures about the percentage of construction now in Europe that is using this technology?
Well, the figure all over Europe is not fully known. I know even in my country I have statistics on that, and some people say it's approximately 20% of the common houses are built in wood principally, but they're brick-cladded. Everything is brick-cladded in my country. That doesn't mean that the structure itself is a wooden structure, but there's a brick cladding to it. Definitely in Spain it's less. Spain is not building with wood since long, and history of fires and stuff like that has not been, and also you have not been overwhelmed so much by Scandinavian producers of wood as we have been. So this makes also that we have a little bit extra tradition already on building with wood. But timber frame structures are far less common in Europe in the way they are produced in the US. They have been in the past in some places. A real percentage is not necessarily predicting how it should be. And if I understand von der Leyen, it should be a lot more. I also know that when there would be the same figures as in the US, we would not have enough wood. And that's why as a scientist, as an academic person, I'm very fond of having more poplars. Because if we want to build more with wood, even if we want to raise from 10 to 20% in my country, we will probably be able to import them because we have money. But that doesn't really make sense. We have to produce it somewhere. It could be the north of France, could be somewhere in neighborhood. It could be that we need these products. Whether they plywood or the solid wood, we will need products for getting these products. So it's promoting building with wood and lagging behind with the production of it. It's not okay. So, and the figures are not as good as in North America, but probably they should not be so good neither, because in North America, if everybody would use wood the day they do, not always quality, we would need 3 times the earth. So it's not sufficient.
It has to do with talking with financial companies.
Yeah.
As they are not used to finance projects because they are new and they don't know, and insurance companies and so on and so forth. Maybe we can use here in Spain some examples coming from Europe to convince financial entities that this is safe, this is financial companies or insurance companies or so on and so forth.
I agree. And this is definitely a different talk, and I could have shown all this already planned, already existing high-rise buildings in Europe and what is scheduled for the future. This is not the only concept. Also a family house or an office building, all these things, and are tree level, all these buildings are being established now in CLT, in timber frame materials. Of course, spruce and Stora Enso has new factories. These things are happening. Only I said Poplar should be part of the story. And if they are happening at a higher rate than today, we will need to speed up with our project and all this stuff to get the agriculture sector also involved. Otherwise, we will not have sufficient resources. And definitely, I'm not promoting poplar trees for energy as being the prior objective. I'm for building, but energy will be part of the story, because we still have 50% or something, or less probably, that we can use for that purpose, depending on whether or not they are high quality of notes. But I fully agree. It's the momentum. That's probably the best way we should get together and show that we have been sitting together with the financial world on talking on this. Yeah. This is still opening for some new questions.
No sé si nos queda tiempo para más preguntas.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question. You say we need to build with wood, but we need to plant trees to have this wood. How will you make the? This is a paradox, that because if we speak about fast-growing species, this could be bioeconomy. But what we have all the time we are listening to is about biodiversity. How do you combine bioeconomy versus biodiversity? How can we combine them? How can we convince maybe the authorities, maybe the politicians that it is good? How can we
It's a story.
do this equation?
My basic education is forestry, and I'm fully into a group which is related to biodiversity all the time. I was a few weeks ago in Slovenia with my forestry students discussing these topics. And definitely this is part of the story. And with the old growth or traditional forestry, or this close to nature forestry, it's not feasible to get fully into production only. That's impossible. Getting into production by plantations that are not necessarily recognized as traditional forests, or using the potential of agriculture sector to complement in the biomass for building materials. It could be anything. It could be flax, could be hemp, could be all these stories. This would help us to get in a bio-based, bioeconomy building sector. Same time, I already explained that we still need more resources for probably plywood in the future. We need more resources for the current products, because we are lagging behind even in that potential. I think we should definitely invest in that option. It is, to my mind, not two separate worlds. Politicians always want black and white. They say, this is forest, don't touch. Some people say that. This is forest, this is plantations, this is then agriculture. Not true. It is forestry. In my country, every poplar plantation is recognized as forestry. In Italy, it's differently. They're mostly recognized as agriculture. Actually, they're in between. And why should they be in one of the two boxes and then legally jeopardized? No, they should actually be all together and having one overall system of production for the bioeconomy. And I know in my country in particular, a forester, a nature conservation guy, and an agriculture person are difficult to sit in one room, politically. But I say politically. Do not say that's difficult to sit in one room. We should discuss your own future. It's different. Okay? Wait.
I guess the only way to make sure that there is enough poplar for the future to meet the demand is ensuring that the entrepreneurs who plant poplar will make money. So it's complicated to push something unless the entrepreneurs are really, there is a reward for the investment and for the time they spend. So if I'm an entrepreneur now and I need to plant trees, even if it is fast growing, it will take 10 to 12 years to grow. So and then I have my stock and money invested there for 10 years. So are the people planting trees, planting poplar, making money, and how this is financed through the cycle?
First, a negative answer. Are foresters making money? Probably not. But that's one story. But if we had this proposal, and there's a major part there on how to deal with that for agriculture people, which are not focusing on 15 years, they're focusing on next year. So there needs to be something that regulates that income system. I'm not saying how it has to look like, but if we want to have agriculture people, but also private investors, we need a plan how to get financially on that topic. And if they want to go and say we're going to work with forestry, I don't believe we can convince agriculture people, or probably not private investors just like that. Even though poplars are growing very fast and producing a lot of wood, it's very difficult to maintain a sustainable economic system if we only get into the track. So we definitely have. Secondly, more positive answer. If I have shown all this and we do all these things, there will be money for poplar wood, I'm quite sure. And probably will be not so good for some industrial people to get the resources if we have so many competing industries looking for the resource. But that's a worry for later, I would say, and it's something that we have to balance. But I'm quite convinced that biomass, and in particular fast-growing poplar, will have a price to be paid for and will produce an income for the people investing in that. You need the mic, because we are translating all this, and otherwise they will not translate you and give you all this.
Joris, you mentioned the Green Deal. You mentioned the European Union is starting to wake up on plantations, on reforestation. How serious, or what is the guideline or next steps the European Union is taking? Do they have already targets of reforestation, hectares, numbers, like they have for other initiatives, or we are in the early stage?
We are not having exact figures. I think the best figures we get is this 3 billion trees stuff that they look for. And they try to get all the national governments to get in line with that. I'm also sure that people in Northern Europe are not thinking about this project, although there were partners from over there that very much embraces this idea and would go for that. It's a difference in forestry policy in Europe that always made it very difficult to have a European real policy on economics. The one on biodiversity was successful, and that's seemingly the only one we get for now. But we don't have a European policy on economics and bioeconomics by far. So we see Northern European investing in the refineries based on traditional forestry, and we don't see really an investment in getting extra resources.
So then I would say that we are still a bit early stage on having European countries feeding the European Union on how to do this reforestation. But, for example, entities like yours, Populus, are you already working on saying poplar is a tree, we can grow X hundred thousand of hectares on poplar in the next years?
Yeah.
Is this the debate so advanced or not?
I think, and I could probably then conclude on, not referring only to this project, but this project, one eminent example of doing that is trying to get also the agriculture sector involved in the mechanism of producing trees for that purpose. And that is one of the elements. It is not so much space in Europe to get extra trees and extra forests. We have nice plans, but we should definitely, if I look to my country, densely populated land area is very expensive, even for agriculture, is more expensive forestry. Even a rich government can pay a lot of money to buy land and to plant trees, which I do find sometimes ridiculous compared to the productivity over the 10, 20, 100 years coming. It's just not good economics from our government, but it's environmental. We need more forests. And then they think extra forests will be for biodiversity. They don't go for poplar even, because it was actually banned from some of the texts they produced. So it's not a simple story to get more forests for bioeconomics and for building with wood, while most of the forestry world and even the policymakers are looking for more forests for biodiversity, which is to be combined. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You have one last final one, because they're getting worried with that. No, that's okay. Okay.
It was only to say thank you, Professor Banacker.
very
It
good.
was super interesting presentation, but we should continue with the.
And sure, if you want to join the consortium, call me. Good. I'll have to remove this one, I think.
Bueno, pues cambiamos de tema. Por desgracia, estamos viendo todos estos días cómo los fenómenos que nos asolan, como los
Right, so unfortunately, we can see how the big events and the big fires are something so that good forest management will help us a lot in this direction. So today we have Anabel Noriega, who is the Secretary General of PEFC Spain, and she will explain how sustainable forest management is key in the fight against climate change. She is a forest engineer from the Universidad de Madrid. She has an MBA in project management, and since 2006, she's been the General Secretary of PEFC Spain. She's also the Speaker of Forest Engineers Association in Spain, and she also works with the UN for transparency, also with green employment, and she coordinates different networks in Spain. So thank you so much, Ana Belén. I thank you for this kind introduction, and I want to thank the organizers, of course, for inviting us to be here today.
Do you have the device? ¿Me ponéis la presentación? ¿Paso? Ok. Muy bien. Bueno, pues me han pedido que hable sobre gestión forestal sostenible.
So I've been asked to talk about sustainable forest management and climate change and bioeconomics.
Y en mi charla que quería hablar, lo que quería llevar es hacia hablar sobre algo que es poco común.
So I'm going to speak to you about something which is not very common, which is common sense. I'm going to tell you about how we think of things and how we execute things and how we are behaving as species on this planet. So I may start with these slides. This is the allegory of the good and bad government. This is in a public building in Siena. And this is about Lorenzetti. He's the painter. And this is about how governors can do things right or wrong. They can bring you to success or to failure. This is the good and the bad government. This is about the justice, wisdom, and you see the balance. And this is a non-religious painting. This is from Trecento, 14th century. And as a councillors here, we have a patience, and of course also security. So all these virtues come together with those who make decisions, which is the big governors. So this is like a pyramid structure, and there are many people here in the environment with many collaborators. And in this picture, we see the good governance, we see the angels supporting. So we see here the mosaic landscape. We have people here, some farmers going to visit people. We see some crops, we see some trees, some water. And this is the bad government. It is all destroyed by the fires. We have the 4 apocalypses riders. So this is about governance. This was the 14th century. This is the 20th century. Is this good? Do we like it? Do we not like it? But this is also the 20th century. This is right now, this week, last week, Sierra de la Culebra in Spain. So what are we doing? How are we behaving? How irrational are we? Or how can we justify or explain that we want things to be good for the planet, but then not be coherent with what we do and how we do it? I work in an organization that talks about sustainable forest management, and we work to validate this sustainable management. Also, we do traceability of any products coming from a forest, from a certified forest, up to the hands of the consumer to guarantee that the origin is sustainable and that we can use it without feeling bad. This very room, for example, is decorated with wood and paper, with some clipboards, which are made of conglomerate. It is a comfortable place with pallets and materials that are sustainable. So what is the society requiring or requesting from the forest? So what do we think of? We think of our well-being, we think of our water, we think of our biodiversity, the soils, soil management, the regulating effect of the forest, bioeconomy, rural employment, and as you said, Carlos, at the beginning, you were saying, well, we need to give back. We need to return to people what we got from the forest. And we want to have sustainable products, like this one we see here. This was in Conde Duque, exhibition center. This is all made of wood. Poplar, here also again inside here. So these are sustainable products. So this seal, this says to the clients, this is like a mental bridge. So by reading what is here, this transports you into a well-managed forest. So this is what now the consumers need, or they demand to know what they're buying or what they have. So that's why we can use this seal we work with. So we work to have this mental connection. We don't want to sell anything. We just try to be, as Chris said, when it comes to branding, about a brand like us, this is about being like the Gore-Tex of a good fabrics. So this is what is inside. This is the Intel inside of a computer, for example. This is about, so we need to understand that if we have it, then it's something good inside. So this is what we want to achieve with these mental bridges for consumers. So we are an international NGO, and we promote sustainability and circular economy through traceability and responsible consumption. So we want to have a responsible consumption of forest products. So if we have an economy going down to the soil, to the origins, then we will maintain those forests. We'll maintain the economy. We will maintain the plantation and the forests that we very much need in rural areas. As a fundamental principles, of course, we are an organization from bottom to top, from the forest, so that we can explain how the forests are managed in a sustainable way. And how do we do this? Well, we are together with the different systems going also from top to bottom, such as the sustainable goals here from the UN. Many of these indicators that we see, they are related to the forests. Sometimes they are reported, sometimes not. For example, the number 15, this is the life of Earth ecosystems. This is about how we are managing the forests and how we are arranging that and how we're doing some forest planning. So a forest, even if it has a short rotation, it will last for 10 or 15 years. So we need to plan how we're going to do this. We need to talk about the industry. So the industry needs to know if they will have the raw materials or not. So we need to arrange all these. If we want to be part of bioeconomy, we need to arrange forest management. We need to see what we can offer. And we need to do this in a continuous way, in an ordered manner. So it is very important to take all these principles into account. So the forest collaborates with all these principles. We have well-being, also gender equality, because we also work on this system as a leveling system. So we promote gender equality within the certificate, also dignity at work. So any forest or company certified needs to comply with at least our 8 basic principles for the International Work Convention, here, whether it is here or in other countries. So, and also any countries that want to join. Also, we need to have a responsible production through this sustainable origin. And of course, there's number 17, this is alliances. So we have people coming from the forest industry, from production industry, also from the academic world, and also from communication and design. So I see different people here in the room, also people from the banks. I see people here who help with the funding to bring money. So, of course, we have different models where we can explain why sustainable management can be something which can be funded, and it should be something that people can buy, where you can invest money. So if you invest money, then there will be some ROI, because otherwise it will not be profitable. So we try to have our speech in the 3 lines that are being used right now in financial models. So it's the environmental, social, and governance. So we talk about environment, society, and good governance. So we try more and more to have our speech, our talk, so that we are understood, because it's difficult. It seems easy, but it could be difficult to be understood from these points of view, for example, for funding of the activities that we have for forest management and forest companies. So who promotes something like this for forest certification? So we have public forest ownership with 8 regional governments and also professional associations. And we also have some technical institutes, also private forest management, also the paper industry, and some regional associations. So this is the reality in Spain. And this is structured within criteria. So what does it mean to do a good management? So these are our 6 criteria. So this comes from the big processes with a high policy, with the pan-European process for Forest Europe. Here we have these 6 cycles: global carbon cycle, productive functions, biological biodiversity, protective function, and the functions and conditions for socioeconomic conditions for the management of the forests. So all these criteria are reflected within a national norm. This is a Spanish norm, UNE 162,000, regulating what we call sustainable forest management. So we've had different meetings throughout 20 years where this regulation was launched, and just like any other sectors, so that we can discuss about how we do things and how we can standardize things. I remember when I was little, there was some advertisements on the television, so there were some commercials where people would say, this is not normal because this breaks down. Why? This was because it was not standardized. So they were trying to promote the regulation, the national norms. This was in the 80s, at the beginning of the 80s, maybe. So now in the forestry sector, we also need to regulate with norms for sustainable management in Spain, because here conditions are different compared to Thailand or Norway. So we need to have a regulation for our Spanish forests. So then now we have this certificate with the Spanish norm. We didn't invent the norm, so we have it there to certify this norm. And then now we have a traceability system, which is an international norm. So anything coming from a forest, the first transformation can be here, but then the second could be in France, then the next could be somewhere else. So we need to have a global norm, which is this norm anyone can use, and it can be certified by a third independent party to validate the traceability of the products from our forests. And in the world, 75% of certified forests in the world are certified by this system, and this 330 million of hectare. And 55 countries have the systems installed, such as the case of Spain. And over 1 million forest managers work here, with over 33,000 companies certified, so that they can have different stages of value chain with products which are certified. So these are the figures for Spain: 2.5 million hectare, over 51,000 forest managers or owners behind these hectares. So now imagine within this room, this could be even a big space in Galicia, and this is certified. So imagine how many people are working on this to explain, to prove that there is a good management. 1,652 companies certified, and these are the figures for Spain. We have some regions such as Galicia, with 313,000 hectares and over 40,000 forest managers or owners, and some regions like La Rioja, there we have 3 certificates, or sorry, I meant 3 owners and managers certified, or 1,700 in Catalonia. So now for Poplar, 1% of these certificates are choplers. This is over 12,000 hectares. This is the distribution in Spain. In Castilla is the biggest area. Next is Navarra. And I think there will be a big explosion. And I hope that in Catalonia with new projects. So for custody chain, these are companies producing in a responsible manner, transforming the forest products. We have 1,652. Galicia is the biggest, 447. This is 50% of production comes from Galicia. 262 in Catalonia, 138 in Madrid. This is not just Poplar. This could be any production. This could also be Iberian ham, comes with a traceability from the Dehesa area up to the tables, or also the perfume sticks that we have at home. These are also certified. So it's different things, also raisins. So all these is certified and is related to Poplar. So now we're going to see about climate change and how this is related. So the Intergovernmental Panel in the 4th report, they say that we need a strategy to maintain the reservoirs for carbon, so that they can sequestrate carbon, and so the forests are less vulnerable to climate change. And this is published by the UN, by the FAO. So this is we need to fight big fires, but also we need to have an active management, and there is people going into the mountains, into the forests, so those activity areas. These are places where there is higher risk, but but lower likelihood, because there is if there is a healthy forest, so it's best to live in our forests. So we have here also our climate change and the forest sector of the UNECER. So they say wood is the best renewable energy source in the European Union, and there is also compensation to greenhouse effect. So all reports say this, and we can also see here that forest biomass in the UE27, EU7, this contains 9.8 billion tons of carbon. So this is the emissions, and this corresponds to 1/7 of the carbon sequestrated by the forests. So they play a very, very big role. Also then, wood products mitigate climate change through carbon sequestration. We also measure the reduction of the carbon footprint, and also we need to measure the sequestrated carbon into the constructed buildings with which are built with wood. So we need to also account this. We need to have an accountancy for this, and also through the Green European Agreement. For 2050, we want to have a clean circular economy and biodiversity and reduction of pollution through different tools, such as the recovery and resilience plan, etc. And so we have some instruments, we have some tools. And I guess that, well, the presentation will be available later. I'm going to skip a few slides because we're running on late. So with this plan, there is a conversation of biodiversity, sustainable forestry management, restoration of ecosystems, where the forests play a very big role. But the forest, there's a big confusion here because the companies didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to fit the active management into how all this fits together, even though we have some tools there. So, for example, we need to see how to have a circular bioeconomy, and we need to speak to the companies with this language. We need to know how this can have an impact on their yearly balance, for example, the lack of raw materials for their businesses. So forests have so much biodiversity. This is the absorption of CO2. Forests supply 75% of water for human consumption. So we need this to filter water. And the forests play a very, very important role for water management. This is a very strategic approach. And through some studies, we can see that, well, everyone wants to have new forests, also the banks do that, or the foundations do that. Everyone plants new forests because we want to have more trees. We need to plant more and more and more. But what we have, for example, can you imagine a forest manager, a forest farmer working there to get some wood and to prepare space to have some seeds for the trees to grow naturally, and then, but this is not valued, but then someone else may come and then just get there and plant some trees, and then he will be told, well, you're doing this right, you're going to have some carbon credits, so we're going to give you an award. So how can this happen? Well, this happens actually, and it is totally unfair and terrible for those who do a good forest management. This is incredible. If we go to Balsain or to some forest area, you need to look into the floor to see if there is some tree missing. You can go into there and you can see new spaces where they're creating things where sometimes there is a good and sometimes a good forest management. As a big expert here about arrangement, she will explain better about this later on. This is Inés. She will speak later. So active management, this is a study from Live CO2. They say that active management our certificate can lead to an increase of carbon credits by 1 to 1.5 hectares per year. So there would be a bigger carbon sequestration with this an active management. So, for example, here we have this Joint Research Center. They say that there is a contribution of 69 billion euro to the Spanish economy in 2019. And this figure was astonishing to me, so I've asked for the source of the information. And he also says that they generated 1.4 direct and indirect employments per year. So here I'm quoting someone, and I had to research on this source, but I do believe this because it comes from the Joint Research Center, which is a very serious research center. So this is real. So it's very important to also calculate the GDP of the mountains because this is not taken into account. This is not taken into the accountancy. So we need to take into account every single truffle that we get from the forest or every aromatic herb that we get. This is not accounted. There's no accountancy for this, and this we need to also take into account and give it its value. So, for example, we had to import woods, and normally there is a new regulation now, which is now to come. This is the regulation for the products free of deforestation. So, well, now we can justify, we can explain what we do, right? But now with this is a change of the rules in a sector where the cycles are very, very long. So if the rules of the game are changing every 10 years, then it's going to be very complicated to continue playing the game. These are some of the institutions working here. Here, for example, we have the different initiatives where the banks, for example, have come together to say, well, so what can we do to help in this sustainable economy, in the circular economy? So we want to ask the companies working with us to justify whether they are in certain risk sectors, to justify that they're doing things right. Because otherwise our reputation and the reputation of our investors, and they may say, well, we don't want to work with this type of people. So our mechanisms, and what I'm saying now about certification, this helps for the companies and for the management of the forests to have some positive benefit for those doing things right, so they can have a warranty and a good seal to have benefits for certain investments. Also, we have here BREEAM, or the US Green Building Council. So here there is scorings for the certification of the materials coming from the forest. So we have the World Agreement for Sustainable Development. So all this is about products with a sustainable origin. So there are some companies such as Leroy Merlin or El Corte Inglés. So yeah, here, for example, these are big retailers where there is some instructions for the suppliers, where they also need to have some certified product suppliers. So now there is a bigger mapping with within these companies, promoting that we have more and more certified suppliers. So some people do not just go into a shop and think, oh, I need a chair for my room and I want to have it sustainable or so. No, but you may go into a shop and then you may read the labels saying, oh, this comes from forests which are managed in a sustainable manner. So, well, this can be a good feeling, even though you may not look for that actively, but the return will be good. So here you can see these the scoring of the seals. Well, we have here, we're not so popular, not so famous, because it's difficult to talk about our products, to promote our seal. But here, well, 15% of the surveyed people recognize our label, so we need to improve there a lot, so people know this link or this bridge. So just to conclude, I'm going to show you some slides of some examples of spaces that were awarded and certified with some certified materials. Here, Conde Luna in Logroño, or Calabaza Beach Club in Ibiza, this beach club. So they're really interested in this. Also here we have a lot of packaging and e-commerce. So we need to really look for all those packagings coming from a sustainable management. Also hygienic products, which we also consume. Also some printing materials, graphics. Also, we have this label a lot, PFC, also Maria La Fuente. She told me she's on her way here. Maria La Fuente will tell you we've worked a lot with her for long. We worked with the UN for Fashion for Change. And it is amazing to see how a designer with great values, she appreciates the sustainable origin of the forestry fibers for her collections. Also, forestry, biomass, also forest products for food. We have some products such as honey or pine nuts or truffles. So all these grows in a forest. If we do not have that, then we cannot maybe grow our Iberian pork. So for the Iberian pork, we need the forest for those pigs. So that was all from my side. We need to promote our sustainable forest products. We need to look after our forests, and we wanted to contribute to look after our forests from your very own position. So we have here the campaign to design the future with sustainable wood, and also the responsible election choices for packaging, and of course recycling is very important. We also have products which can be recycled with a very high capacity for recycling, and now upcycling. This is our campaign, Fashion Change for Stake, with some fashion companies. And again, we need to contribute to our sustainable goals for 2030. It's now 2022, so we need to really run to make that. And the most important one is number 17. These are alliances to achieve this with all the collectives. We have the administration, we have the banks here in this room, we have the professionals. So we need to see how we do it. But we really need to fulfill the goal 17. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana Belén. ¿Hay alguna pregunta
Thank you so much, Ana Belén. Do we have any questions for her?
Minutos para preguntas.
I think we have just a few minutes for questions.
Un momento.
Yo me he sentado aquí muy contenta. Yo me he metido a chiqueros, vamos, en 0,
Muchas gracias, Ana Belén.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ana Belén. So yeah, I completely agree. I stand by the certification of this sustainability of PEF particularly, but you don't have to convince me. So could you tell us a little bit, how do you convince an owner who's going to plant these type of poplar trees in order to certify these poplars, and how would that offer better results compared to one that is not certified? Because at the end, the economy, this aspect is what's very important for the owner. So I think there's a problem in the the forest sector. So everything is sold as a product. Everything can be sold in this sector, regardless of where it comes from. So if we're competing with the agro territory, we're competing with livestock, the urban as well. But in the rural area, if you look at this sector, we see that they have taken a series of guarantees that certify their product from its origin. And they have different certifications. So what our sector is saying right now is we're doing a great job. We're doing everything perfect, and we don't want anybody to tell us what we're doing it wrong. But now society is demanding something different. So society is asking us not to say that we're doing something good, but we need somebody, society is asking us for somebody to come and certify us. And this is something about raising awareness that's important here. And I think that awareness is not there in the forest sector. So you're asking me how to convince an owner? Well, if the next person on the value chain is not going to receive any value for how they've done or all the efforts, then we have a problem. So, of course, it's important that we value those who have certification and who have put in all the efforts. So these are very important mechanisms. And at the same time, these also discriminates against those that is not committed to a long-term sustainability. So these mechanisms are extremely useful, and these certification mechanisms also create a collective awareness. And that is very important in the society. So again, there is regional, there is group type of certifications, there's different types of certifications, different types of groups that join together to create something. So they all do that for a purpose and with an idea in mind. And we have different experts here, such as Chris. So we have the commitment of doing things and certifying them, and we have the commitment of knowing or receiving a sort of certification that we're doing things right. And of course, if the market is demanding that and there's nothing left to talk, then it's going to be important. Then they will have no other choice. But what we don't notice is that when we're going to plant these trees, you need to have a business model for whatever you're going to sell. And if you want to conceive that with a good idea in mind, with a vision towards the future, you need to build the foundations properly. But if you want to do it the way we want to do it in the forest sector, perhaps we can have somebody buying a particular type of machine to cut the trees down or for chipping the trees. Well, then, of course, we need to buy it from a certified provider. We can't just think and do whatever we want. We need a business model from its core, and we need to build it up from the bottom. And I think that's something very important, that we know, that we're aware of that. So we need to regulate and we have to certify everything from the bottom. So I don't know what else I can say. I don't know what other arguments I could tell you, but you have to understand that this is a very serious issue. We cannot hear because he doesn't have a microphone, fortunately.
Bueno, forestal. Por la ley de montes, cuando plantas especie forestal, pasamos a tener territorio forestal. Esa es otra.
So that's another thing. People that have an agro territory don't want to turn it into a forestal territory. They just want to plant it so that they don't have to do anything else. So this is one of the issues right now of the sector right now, of this fast species. Why can we not be forestal? And why should we not receive? And why do we not want to receive those aids? So you need to put us on the table. You need to help us lead a conversation with the people in Brussels. We need that. We need your help. We need your help. So let us know. Thank you so much, Ana Belén. So I think we are a little bit behind on schedule. So we're just going to go over to the first roundtable that actually should have started more than half an hour ago. So the first roundtable is going to be on the social and environmental impact of forests in Spain. We're going to have David Álvarez García, the Executive Director of ECOAXA. And without further ado, I will now give him the floor to start off. So at the end of this roundtable, we will have a short coffee break. So I have my own microphone, I see, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to start giving the different speakers some microphones as well, so we will save some time. So how do you want to sit?
Antolino, porfi, que estabas en... Fenomenal. Pues gracias. Aquí, por ejemplo. Además ya tiene el micro, ¿no? Fenomenal.
Okay, we all have microphones. Great. So first of all, I'd like to thank ING and Poplar for inviting us for this wonderful session. That's so important. Thank you so much. That's so important to put the management and the importance of the forest management and the importance of poplar trees for creation of benefits and creating a social and economic benefit. In this roundtable, we're going to talk about the social, economic, and environmental impacts of forests. Carlos said at the beginning that sustainability is very important for ING. And we say it's even more important than for others, because what we were hearing earlier, that poplar trees create a series of goods and services. But what we need to understand what these goods and services actually mean, what those benefits are. And we've seen that in the last year we've progressed a lot, and we are now much more aware of what the consequences of these benefits are and what that social and environmental and economic benefit is that it entails. So we have a lot of information based on a lot of different pieces of data or metrics that allow us to measure that impact, and we are developing different protocols based on all of that data, which allow us to know what that impact is. In the following months, we will see the capital protocol become a reality, which will allow us to see all the impact, social and quantitative and economic effects that this has. But we are also witnessing a huge regulatory change right now, which will probably be one of those levers or one of those factors that are going to lead to change, as Belén said. And this is going to be related to the fact that companies have to be more aware of what their impact is, the consequences that they have for society, the consequences for the economy in terms of risks and benefits and opportunities. So we have a new framework in the biological diversity framework that will be passed, that will be a reality at the end of the year. We have the new biodiversity strategy from the European Union, which really focuses on measuring that impact and the importance of measuring that impact. So to talk about all of that, we have a very interesting panel. We have Paco Cano, Inés González Doncel, Antolino Gallego, and Marta Corella, unfortunately, is not here with us, but she has recorded a video for us, which we will see. So, Paco. So the floor is yours, Paco. You start off with your presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank Populus and ING for the invitation. And an investigation, we're an investigational center, and we have around 120 investigators in the Spanish territory, Mediterranean territory, and it's important that we have the option of talking about, the opportunity to talk about all of these issues, because of course we are living, this is a new bioeconomy, and there's going to be innovation, science is going to be key. So for that, I'm very thankful. And since we only could present one slide, I'm going to put it up on the screen. What I want to show you is not just the importance of the forest territory or the surface in Spain, which we can see that it makes up over half of over 50 million hectares of territory in Spain. More than half of that is made up of forest area. And what's more important is that in the last 50 years, we have seen that that supersurface has increased by 7 million hectares by itself, which is insane. Of course, we have seen that there is a lot of natural regeneration. We have a lot of forest territory. And over the years, we've also seen that the amount of woods has also become doubled. So we have gone for over 500,000 of cubic meters to twice that much. And that is something very important to keep in mind. And right now, we are only extracting 19 million cubic meters, and our forests are growing at 45 million at that rate. So we now have 25 cubic meters per year that we are saving up, and that is expanding. So that is very significant also to keep in mind. And we'll also see later that this will also be a huge challenge in itself. So I really had to talk about the social, economic, and environmental impact of forest. That's the topic of this roundtable. And I always want to talk about the future. I think that, well, our cities are leaning more towards macro cities, the big cities with more than 10 million inhabitants. And I think that the impact in our societies are going to be more and more important. And we are looking at this based on the perspective of health. We're not obsessed with nature. We're looking from a scientific perspective. And it's also important that we focus on the balance and the perspective of the societies related to that nature. And who has to focus on improving and maintaining those forests that have been neglected so many times? Well, there is a lot of capacity of making a public use, and that is something that we are very much aware of, that public use that we need to give to our forest. But, of course, there is a series of scarce resources that they are, and the improvement and the maintenance is in the hands of society that is not aware of the importance of this. And there, of course, what's important here is the issue of how can we make sure that that it can also benefit the different properties. I'm sure that nobody can imagine that in the future nobody can imagine that we can fight against climate change without using those forests. It wouldn't make any sense. There is no better tool than trees to fight climate change. It's something that nature gives us. It's a very extensive resource. It's cheap. And it also creates renewable, cheap materials, and it also provides oxygen. So it's only advantages that it has. And obviously, this is going to have it's going to have a huge impact. And but there's also more worrying impacts that we will see, which we're going to look at. So we've talked about that huge growth that we've seen in the forest, but we're also seeing that temperatures are rising. And we're also going to have to Well, I don't want to want this to sound like a contradiction to what Belén said, and this is the retention of their soils and our forests and our water. But now we're seeing the contrary. We have too many forests. We have too many living beings that are using these resources. We have estimated that in many of these river basins, 99% of all the blue water, of the sweet water, drinkable water, and we're seeing a reduction in this, and the amount of this water. This is because of the increase in the amounts of the forest and because of exactly what I've just mentioned. So of course, this contributes to a higher amount of stress, and this also increases the amount of fires, of forest fires. And this is something that we're also working on, and for that we have a very important project that we're working on, which focuses on the forest fires. And we're very excited about the fact that this project can also put forward solutions. And we also have a huge challenge inside of the environmental impact. And how do we reduce that impact? So the increase of the temperature, which is something that's already taking place, that puts the average temperature of Barcelona similar to that of the temperature of Barcelona. So we're seeing that the forests are in the wrong areas right now. The wild pine is dying in Barcelona. We're also seeing that other types of trees are suffering a lot. They are not in the right part, in the right territory. So if we don't manage this accordingly and we give more resources to these different types of areas that are in need, then there's going to be a much higher impact as to what we're seeing now. And then we also have the economic impact. So can anybody imagine how we are going to achieve the decarbonization of the economy? So how can we solve these issues in the following 10 to 15 years? How can we keep building knowing that 50% of all the materials that are used in the entire world are used for construction, and most of them have a very significant carbon footprint, and 35% of all emissions also come from the construction sector? So how can we make our clothes without oil? So how can we do all of this without oil? Well, the good news is that everything that is derived from oil can also be derived from wood. And this shouldn't come as a surprise because they have the same origin, they come from the same origin. I'm convinced that we are at the midst of a revolution, a forest revolution, and I think that wood will be the product of the future, and that this revolution will start in the cities, and will start thanks to the cities. So we're already talking about bio-cities, and it's kind of a euphemism because they're probably the opposite of bio or sustainable or bio. But we cannot imagine those bio-cities without the bioregion. So we're going to depend a lot more on the more densely forest-packed areas, the rural areas. So 1 cubic meter of wood in construction retains 1 ton of CO2. And having used that square meter of trees, we have stopped emitting. By cutting them down, we have destroyed 2 tons of CO2. So that is something very important to keep in mind. And just to finish off, I would just like to mention these big challenges. So first of all, how do we improve the resilience of our forests? Because the future is going to be, there's going to be a lot of changes in the future, and there's going to be a lot that they're going to have to resist to. Second of all, how can we be more autonomous? For our own industries, we need to produce what we are not going to be able to get from other areas. We're not going to be able to import, and we're going to have to convince our society that it's not just about us having to be more diverse, more biodiverse, but we're also going to have to create an economy, and we're going to have to create our own product. And for that, the biggest challenge for us, and we are professionals that are not dedicated to that, we're going to have to convince the population, especially the younger population, we're going to have to convince them of the fact that every time we plant a poplar tree next to a river, we will probably have to we should focus on replanting the trees every time we cut one down. So it's important that we are creating the optimum conditions for the next generation, that we focus on replanting trees, and we need to show this generation, our society, that that is the solution. So besides this huge issue and all the issue of the renovation, of the renewable issues, of petrol, of oil, or carbon, and we've seen that when we started having these issues during the middle of the 20th century, Spain had all of its forests destroyed. So we started being aware of the issue of the importance of showing our society that we can be responsible and that we can create a sector that is more sustainable and strategic. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Paco. Primero,
Thank you so much, Paco. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize for not having introduced you. And thank you so much for having talked about the benefits and about the sovereignty, resilience, about all these interesting issues. Since we really don't have a lot of time, I'm not going to ask you any questions, so I'm just going to go straight over to Ines, and I am going to introduce her, Ines González. She's the Vice Dean of the Official College of Forestry Engineers and coordinator of the platform Juntos por el Bosque, Together for the Forest, amongst many other things.
Muchas gracias. Quería comentar.
Oh, sorry. Right, thank you so much. So I want to talk about Juntos por los Bosques. So Juntos por los Bosques, or Together for the Forest, is a platform. And sorry, no, I'm not talking about the screen. Don't look to the screen. Look at me. So our platform, Juntos por los Bosques, was created 6 years ago, and we try to combine and join together the entire forestry sector, from the owners, the society, from the different industries in different stages. And our basic goal was to get forestry regulations be a part of the agenda of the different politicians, and it's taken us, have we managed it? It's been 6 years. Well, no, we still haven't managed to do that. And I really wonder if perhaps we could have changed the name to Together for the Biodiversity of Forests, but we are still there. We're still working on this, and the platform is there to do that. So they have introduced me, but more than anything, I'm a teacher. And as a teacher, I want to talk about my trajectory. I've been a teacher for 20 years, and I've talked about the ordination of hills, and I've talked about the organization and the use of the forest areas. And I've also talked, and with the new educational changes, I have gone over to the dark side, and now I talk about now I am a teacher of the teaching of protected spaces. So I've gone from one space to another, and that has led me to dealing with a new series of language, a new series of issues. And what I noticed was that I was actually using all of my knowledge when it comes to the organization of hills, of trees, of forests, and I wanted to use that, and now I was using that for protected spaces, and I really didn't understand. At some point, I was giving classes, and I'm still giving classes, a little bit angry. Actually, sometimes I ask my students, does it seem like I'm angry? And somebody tells me, yes, it does, and then I say, well, it's because I am angry. So how do we combine that issue of sustainability? It's not easy. So I think I'm going to try to stick to my time, but I think, I'm going to have to cut you guys short. So they've asked me 3 questions. What do trees contribute to society, or what do forests contribute? I think everybody says that. I think we can sum that up in the famous ecosystem services. But actually, when you read some of the literature that deals with protected spaces, they tell you, well, the ecosystem services are systems of storaging, of having different resources, and all the benefits that ecosystems entail. And I don't agree with that. they are combining functions with, they are confusing functions with services. Functions are the one that the ecosystems develop. Because, of course, we're talking about the forestry world. But there is another variable here, which is the people, and that fits inside the services. And we are expelling, and we're not including society in the world of conservation of these ecosystems. So, what is important now is the management. And there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of information in this, and those services are those goods and services because I think that inside services we don't include, we forget some issues, which is the goods that we tend to forget. Because that's another important aspect of what a good is. So we don't talk about goods, we talk about supply, service supply uses. And quite recently, the ecological ministry talked about the economic value of the Natura or natural network. So which is the network of protected spaces, just 26% of the national territory, and 70% of that is forest areas, according to official figures. And a 40-something, that's a regulation. Cultural, that's another 40-something, around 50%. I think it's more, and then we also have the issue of supply. I think it's only 7%. So what we tell society is that can Red Natura not do anything else than visiting spaces? Is that really the message that we're sending out? That 40% of our natural territory is at Natura, of natural network. Are we sending out the message that we cannot use these territories? That's what we're saying, and that's very dangerous. So, what's important based on this is, one, multifunctionality. So it's important that they create services as the society is feeling like it has a benefit to them, both consciously and unconsciously. And of course, nobody wants to cut down trees. We use paper every day. Or for example, we like wooden doors, but nobody wants to cut down trees. So that is a very important problem because, of course, there are a lot of benefits that these forest areas contribute to society. And what is society asking for us? Well, 80% of all cases, I would say, or even I would say that 90%, I feel that people think that we shouldn't touch these trees. And poplars, probably they're another issue. There are probably not a lot of issues related to that. And I think in Spain, they're more related like a crop. So we are aware that this is just a permanent cycle. You cut down trees and then you replant them, so there's no issues. But then, of course, perhaps you talk about eucalyptus, then we really want them to be cut down. But then we also have the forest, or what we understand as forest, and then that's a little bit more controversial. Because we have a lot of people that are very radical when it comes to nature. And then we also have the benefits that they entail. So, who is it beneficial for? The owner, the society? Who is it beneficial for? So, have we really quantified these benefits? Because it seems like the benefits of supply have, we're not really aware of these benefits. And in some sense, we really need to give value to these services, and the way we do that is by means of mechanisms, the will to pay. Sometimes this time they came to school, they went to give a survey to my students. That was a long time ago. That's when they started carrying out these new valuing or valuation techniques, and they asked them, how much are you willing to pay for the conservation of the forest of Madrid? And for that of the entire Spain, well, that's a little less. So, of course, it's not a flawless technique. So how do we give value to this? So poplars have trees, but what about the pine trees in northern Madrid, in Guadarrama area? Well, that's another issue. Of course, because in some areas it's very difficult to even monitor the population of different species, of animals even. So should we charge money for entrance to the natural areas? Are us Spanish people willing to pay to enjoy nature? I don't think so. I don't think we're willing to pay for that. So basically, what we have left to do is the last step, which is payment for environmental services. So this is something that has been the heart of the debate for a long time. The administrations, should administrations pay for the environmental services? Or should it be the markets? Should the markets be the ones that intervene? But then who creates these markets? Because the market of carbon has been created by politics, because they don't create a biodiverse market. So why don't they create another type of market that really managed to get the private initiative? Because if they hadn't created, if the carbon market hadn't existed or hadn't been created, then the public or the private property wouldn't be interested in investing in it. So my question is, why don't we create, or why don't any instances or administration create other markets besides the carbon so that they can encourage the private property to hop on board? And I think that's very important. Well, thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Inés. Primero, por ajustarte al tiempo.
Well, thank you so much, Inés. First of all, for respecting the time limit. And second of all, thank you for talking about the differences, because I think that not everybody is aware of that. And of course, and about that value of towards society of a service and a good. And also thank you for talking about those elements, those very, very important elements that you mentioned. You were saying that the supply services were undervalued, or we're not kind of neglecting them, and I completely agree with you. And also about the different types of market, and perhaps if there were another type of market, then perhaps by means of different retribution systems, we could perhaps find a solution for all of this. We're now going to give the floor to Antolino Gallego. Antolino is a professor at the Technical School of Engineering at the University of Granada. So you have the floor. Thank you so much, David. So I'm pretty new in the world of forest and poplar trees, and I have to say, I love it. I really, really love it. And I was actually not expecting this in my life. And I am also I am convincing others as well. So I just get a heads up that this is a very fascinating subject. And I think it's a very fascinating subject because I'm from Granada. That's where I learned about all this. We have a lot of poplar plants there, and we have had them since the 19th century. And this was actually one of the first regions of Spain that we started focusing on this. And I think in that area we have a lot of awareness, and it's very much entrenched in our culture and our mindset. And I think Lorca also said that it's also a part of that. He also wrote a lot of poetry. Antonio Machado also wrote a lot of poems about that. And Juan Ramón Jiménez. And we don't just see it in that poetry, but also, for example, we see a lot of people take walks under the poplar trees. People take walks, take tours by bike, and you see. So there's a lot of culture around that, and that's something that's being lost in the last few years. And it's a shame that it's being lost. And that's kind of the feeling that I've seen in the society of Granada. I think Granada is losing something that's very much them, something that's more than 150 years old. It's been there for 150 years old. So, and thanks to that feeling and thanks to that mindset, I have become very passionate on this subject. And we that's why we started working with a new project, a European project, which is the recovery of this region for the improvement of biodiversity. And I think that already gives you a hint. And then we also have the issue of carbon, of course. So these are the two important elements that people are the most passionate about. And then also the last element is the development of structural project, because the LIVE project, which is one of those branches, which is more strictly related to the environmental aspect, is that the projects need to be close to markets, because that's a very important issue. And close to market products are those that can be put on the market. So why have we lost the poplar trees in Granada? Well, because we have seen a 75% decrease in the last 20 years of these trees. Well, basically, it is the staple of the economy. So if the final product doesn't have any added value, then it doesn't matter how many resources there are. Since the industry is creating a product that doesn't have a lot of added value, then we're going to start losing those resources, and it's just going to be lost. So what we're doing with the poplar trees, we're creating planks, or we're creating very low value products. And that's the reason, that's the core reason. We don't have to look any further. So basically, we haven't found any profitability, and since the crisis of 2008, we have seen a steady decrease in its use, and now it's pretty much become halted for a series of reasons. And yeah, all of this is also related that people have changed their mindset. And the change of season is absolutely critical for society and for people. And I think that people are losing sight of that. And we're kind of losing our reference when the change of the seasons. And now people are kind of on alert. People are scared. So what can we do? Well, first of all, we can be more aware of the environmental values. We should put them on the market, but not on the economic market. But also, we need to broadcast it and make people aware of it. And I think we've already talked about carbon and on that aspect. But we haven't talked about green filters. So in Granada, these poplar trees are being replaced by other types of tree, by corn, by garlic, but people don't fall in love with those products. Nobody falls in love with garlic. You fall in love with a tree, but not with garlic. But yeah, of course, there is a lot. That's something important to keep in mind. And an important decision that the association has taken in their last report, which is now that they have considered how important these poplar trees are to clean the water sources of Granada. So that's something important to keep in mind as well. So how have they become aware of that? Because there's a lot of science behind all of this. There's a lot of measurements going on from the different institutions in Andalusia. Something else that's important is contamination. Granada is the third most contaminated city in Spain after Madrid and Barcelona. So we want the government of Andalusia to also recognize the poplar tree as a way to fight against this contamination in the area. Of course, the poplar tree is also has an important impact on the reduction of contamination and pollution. So how can we talk about this duality, this profitability, this forest management? So the sustainable management of forests. Well, we can only do that with science. Science, it's always the knowledge that we base our decisions on and everything that we know on. So we have a lot of information now. There are 70 types of birds also that live in these areas. 70 types of birds. And 80% of them have their nests in these poplar trees. So without these poplar trees, we will also be destroying all these species of birds. So that's one thing that we keep in mind. So we need to tell the administrations about all of this, and we need to convince them that forest management is compatible with biodiversity and it will improve it. So it's not just compatible with it; it will improve it and it will make it last longer in time. So, and that is why we have created a group of producers. So, of course, collaboration is key in the forest sector. I come from the olive tree sector, and in that sector, the cooperations and these collaborations are part of our DNA. So we are very much aware of the importance of these collaborations. And, of course, we have the first group of poplar tree producers of Granada. So we have an organization of those poplar tree producers, and one of the goals that we have is to maintain and to preserve all of these hectares and all of these areas of poplar trees. and they're also going to work on the selling of these poplar trees, and they also promote a series of other actions, such as selling of other types of sources for the environment. So they're working on this series of products. So what they're going to do is they're going to measure the CO2 that comes from the poplar trees. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it, we're going to get those poplar trees be a use for those markets that we mentioned earlier. So somebody really has to work on focusing on these trees, on the biomass, on maintaining them well. So all of these issues need to be kept in mind. Because of course, we're all going to be benefiting from the fight against climate change, but who has to take the effort? Is it just going to be the owners of forest areas? Well, of course, they need to receive investments, of course, funding from other citizens, because it's going to be beneficial for all of us. But there's only going to be a few of us who are going to have to work towards it. So, of course, there has to be some sort of compensation. It's as clear as day. And then the main element of this project is that, well, in Granada, we haven't really developed the industry of plywood as much as we've seen in other parts of Europe and other parts of Spain. So the huge industry, which is the industrial plywood, which has a huge positioning in a lot of markets. So we have seen that product that gives a lot of added value to the poplar trees has not been as much developed in this area of Spain. So that, together with the plantation of pines, can also be very beneficial for Granada. And I'm sure that all of this would contribute to sustainable plantation. So, are we going to build all of the trees in the future, all of the houses of the future from wood? That is my question for you. Could you start finishing off? Obviously, we're not going to build all of our houses from wood. So if somebody thinks that everything's going to be made from wood in the future, then no, sorry to burst your bubble. So we really need to be aware of that. And the king of construction right now is cement. And what we really need to... So we really need to be aware of the use of combined materials, of perhaps concrete, combined with other types of materials. And I'm sure that in combination with others, the poplar tree will also make its way to the construction of houses, together with the king of construction, with his concrete. And we also have to convince the financial institutions of the importance of the use of wood in construction. But it's as long as it's hand in hand with the king of construction. That way, it will be more realistic, and we will be able to. It will be used more in buildings, as long as it's combined with the concrete. So we think that we will have this combined use of these materials in 3 or 4 years. Thank you so much, and thank you especially for having given us that vision of the market, which is always very, very interesting to hear. Also for other types of agents that are not as related to this sector. So you talked about the challenge of translating those challenges and making them, and how to turn them into a benefit. And we will have to see whether we will see an increase of the prices, or we will see what will the results of all of this will be, or perhaps we will see new instruments being developed, such as the market that Ines mentioned. And I also really like the relationship of how you talked about the perception that we have of the different forest ecosystems. For example, the perception that we have, how we see a poplar tree and eucalyptus or other types of trees, and how to use that as a tool for persuasion to get to know our nature better. So just to finish off this table, we're going to look at a video. I don't know if you have it. We can put it on. Can I put it on the screen? Good morning, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity of being with all of you here at this conference here today. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it for reasons that were out of my hands. So, of course, all of this issue, this is absolutely critical right now, and every time I'm reading more and more about the abandonment, the rural abandonment and the effect on nature, I really wonder, what have we done wrong? So why do we have certain people saying such things? So it's important that we keep maintaining these forests, and we have seen that in the past, the circular economy has been the model, and the bioeconomy as well. And the industry has suffered greatly over the last years because all the urban industries that has appeared. So we really need to think about the future that we want to create. We want to think about the future that we want as humans, because humans doesn't need us, the nature doesn't need us for anything. So it will survive with or without us. And if we want nature to keep, if we want to have a future, if we want to have nature, then we need to look behind. We need to look in our history. We need to know what we did well. We need to know what we did wrong. We need to know about all the uses and what has worked well towards the preservation on forests. And we see that there has been a lot of forests that have suffered from the depopulation. Actually, if we look at the map for depopulation, we combine that with a forest map, where the forests are, we can see that there is a high degree of overlapping. So I want to have a future, and forests are absolutely key for that. And these forest communities and forest areas are absolutely key for their conservation. So that is why I believe in forests that improve our resilience and produce sustainable resources. I also believe in creating links between the society and forest areas, which are so neglected. And I also think it's very important of all of these that all these areas has at the service of our society. And I think, and it's been suffering so dearly. So that is why it's important that we manage our forests with a holistic perspective, and it's important that we create new opportunities for a more sustainable method for society, or use for society, that we implement methods against climate change, that we preserve our nature. So let's make wood and forest products that are obtained in a sustainable way fashionable again. Let's create opportunities to give power or empower those societies that are endangered. They should never have been made fun of, and they should never have been allowed to be abused or be exploited. It's absolutely key that we manage these territories accordingly, and that is the opportunity that we have. So let's put everything in place, and let's put all these forest areas, let's save all these forest areas. Let's create proper organization plans where there are no plans, and let's restore all those broken balances in the rural and urban areas. And let's focus on this social aspect as well. There are a few things that I can say surely, that I would say with complete confidence, but I am completely convinced that without towns, without the rural area, there will be no future, and we will have no paradises. Thank you so much.
Le trasladaremos a Marta vuestros aplausos.
So we will make sure Marta knows how happy you were with that presentation, with what you just said. So that was very fascinating what she just told us. She talked about the importance of forests and everything that they can contribute. We cannot forget that 50% of the population right now lives in cities. But according to experts, in less than 20 years, 2/3 of the population will be living in cities. So that is something that definitely we are destined for an abandonment of the rural areas. And if we abandon the countryside, we will have no opportunities for development. And if we do that, then we will suffer the consequences that Marta just mentioned. So we really have no time, but I don't want to, I would just like to allow perhaps one question for our speakers. Do we perhaps have a volunteer for a question? Otherwise, you're going to force me to ask a question.
Me levanto con el micrófono.
We cannot hear the question.
seguro que se dejarán. Bueno, ¿alguna pregunta?
Oh, okay. So it looks like we have no questions. So if we have no questions, then I would just like to close off this roundtable with a positive vision. So our speakers have talked about the social, economic, environmental impact of forests and forest areas. But I think that what we really need to keep in mind is that this is a very unique moment and that we are currently living in, and we really have all the tools, and we really have an opportunity in our market right now that we haven't had before in terms of sustainability. We also have seen a change in the culture and the mindset in our society, and people are more aware of the importance of sustainability now, and we also have more political implications. So we really have all the tools to fight towards a more sustainable future in which a forest and poplar tree.
Vamos a continuar hablando de innovación.
So we're going to talk about innovation now. We have Juan Picos. He is an engineer, and he's also been investigator at the University of Vigo. And he's going to talk about how we can keep innovating in the wood industry. So just to give you some general outlines of his biography, he's a doctor in forestry engineering, professor and researcher, University of Vigo. And since 1998, he has participated in more than 30 R&D projects on a national and international level. He is also a member of the team of specialists on the Team and Sector Outlook Committee. Sorry, yeah, well, it's basically a really long list, long titles. And Juan, we're very excited to hear you. All right, so thank you so much to Propopoulos, thanks so much to ING for giving me the opportunity to be here. And, well, I've been listening as well. I'm not here just here to talk, and there's been a lot of interesting things that have been said. And yeah, one of my ideas was to also do some sort of analysis, and I think I'm just going to talk about some of the ideas that I've been thinking about. And since I know that we don't have a lot of time, I have two versions for my presentation. I have the short version, I have a long version. So I'm going to start off with the short version, and then if I have extra time, I'll continue with the long one. So one of the things that I've been pretty lucky, because I've been asked to participate in a very special forum like this. And the question for this topic was, can we keep innovating in the wood industry? Well, the short answer is yes. I cannot make the text any bigger on the screen. That was the question, this is the answer. And that was my short presentation. Thank you very much. So since I have saved a little bit of time, I think I can perhaps continue. So now I'm going to start with my longer presentation. When we talk about innovation, and there's a lot of different types, one of the best ways to do that is innovating in the products, in the processes, and in the businesses. Of course, one doesn't exclude the other. Actually, what usually happens is that one starts innovating in a product, and that leads to the creation of new processes, and that innovation of new processes creates the innovation of new business models. So, I'm going to talk to you about some of these elements separately. And probably one of the most important ones about talking about innovation is inside the product, is within the product. So in this graph, which obviously we cannot see, there is a list of all the products and all the things that we can obtain from trees, and I'm sure there's things missing from it, and I'm sure this list is even longer. So we have been making things from trees for our entire lives, from the beginning of our existence. So there is a lot of things that can be made since the very first things that human beings made. Even before we were called human beings, we were already using trees. So, and there's still a lot more to do. And that's the thing, we don't know, and I don't think anybody knows what we will be capable of doing with the use of wood and the use with the use of the modification of wood, not just the wood, which is just carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. But then, of course, organized in a series of ways, as molecules. And obviously, the innovating in the product is going to be absolutely key. And I've brought you some images that you can see. So in this case, this is a 3D printer that has printed liquid wood. You can see from there, it's from the Forest Corporation. And we're going to see 3D printing starting on derivatives of wood. We're also going to start seeing wood used as a technological interfaces, and we will be capable of interacting with electronic devices in the form of wood. And it will also be used in construction. This is the Central Library of Helsinki, but I could actually use a lot of other different examples, and we have a lot left to do. So we have been using wood for a very long time. We have been making our woods from wood, our houses from wood, but we still have a lot more to do. There's still more things to discover, new products, new ways of using that wood, new ways of using the technical wood, construction models. So we're going to start doing things that we couldn't even imagine until now. So we are capable of doing a lot more things, and so I'm sure that we will learn a lot more.
So some years ago, before the world would change twice, but probably now we'll have to modify a lot of things here. So this was a global summary, also with traditional materials. So normally there is a big capacity for growth. Everything traditional will be growing, and it is growing. So it was in 2019, it was in Galicia. This was related to conifer wood. We didn't have a CLT factory, and we didn't have, at this point, some factories for textile, which now we have running. So now we can see here that the world is going very fast. So now here the second circle. So here we could see innovation in terms of the processes. So here we need to change our mindset on how to describe the process and the opportunities. So if we were to draw a map from the emerged Earth, we would probably draw this. These are the countries. So these are borders which are reasonable, stable. I say reasonable because some presidents think they can change the borders, but it's a relatively stable. And if we had to paint the sea, we would paint this. And this is not so much defined. This is more of a process. So this is a system. So so we will need to discover big opportunities for innovation. If we only check plywood, for example, this product we can improve, but we will not be able to have all the opportunities if we do not check the processes it is related to. And that will be my challenge. So I like showing cool products, but it is important to think of the processes. So here I tried to work on this Alquist project, and so here we have the physical chain here. So here, for example, we can see some innovation we'll have in the future. So here we have biorefineries, for example. So here we have some green boxes. These are support services. Here the consensus for some strategies. And here this must be complied with by the sector and by the agents. So here we have innovation, development. So these green boxes here, these would appear also. And here in green to the very right, these will be our clients. And here, we need to be good. So here we can also have a decarbonization, a big decarbonization process, so that we can make the work easier for others. So we will need to help, especially those which are more intense in carbon and energy, to improve their existence. Here we have, for example, other sectors such as the car industry, also for construction, for homes, but also even for naval or navy construction. Here, so here, for example, big cruises or big boats, even though they're floating in the sea, but inside they have rooms, spas. So yeah. So obviously, we have to be able to have all these items with advanced value, everything we can see here and everything we'll have to learn for the future. All this needs to be part with these green lines. Also, this needs to be present in most of the systems. And also we need to have some strategies, participate as much as possible with the biggest number of boxes in the system, and also research. This needs to be also developed. And we understand that especially in the processes, with this we need to identify innovation opportunities. And I think it is important to have some marginal gains. So here there were some changes already. So here we had some little by little progressively. For example, for sports, things can be achieved little by little in teamwork. So here there was the sentence, forget about perfection, but you need to value progression. So do not think you just one isolated cyclist as an Olympic team player, but you need to think about how you're going to be better tomorrow or in the future. So here we need to improve a lot, and here this leads to a big revolution in the sector. So we need to take this into account. So here we have a lot to do in things that we already do, so that we can improve marginally. And all those additional improvements, just from having 10 more cubic meters of production in the Poplar, or 5 or 4, whatever it is, in the plywood, if we can improve the resistance in some other sector, this can be something very humble, but altogether with this we can improve a lot of the sector. So disruptive innovations are very good, but me, I'm not Steve Jobs, so I'm not presenting here something totally new. So that we can improve little things to make a revolution. And also there is no one believing that in the future we're going to consume less wood than we're consuming right now. I mean, someone thinks so, please let me know I'll explain me why. We're going to consume a lot, and maybe even more than a lot, but no one says we're going to consume less wood. So we need to see how much more we can consume and how we can consume it in a more efficient way. So once wood is produced and the tree is cut and then it goes into the value chain, all the cells that we have there are valuable, and we need to be more efficient with those. So this is a big innovation challenge that we have. And many people participate here because of economic reasons, but also because of lack of supply. So we need to do more things with less resources. And data revolution in the mountains or in the forest. I'm totally convinced, and I hope I will be here in some years to see this, but data revolution in forestry management, this is going to be more important than it is in other sectors which are we have more technology. So if someone is starving, the very first bite will be more profitable than people who are already eating too much. So normally in nature, people would work remotely, disconnected, so it was difficult to detailize a project which was not connected to the grid. So we've worked in a very complex environment to analyze the situation. And we were measuring 1,000 different poplars. So we had no way to capture this reality and to detailize it and process it. So, for example, a car factory, which in the 90s was already detailized, this is going to be now much more detailized. But in the 90s, we only had a paper map in the mountain. So for us, digitalization will be a very big step forward. So in relative terms, digitalization will be much bigger. And this will be useful to better understand what we have. It's going to be 150 years that we have of tradition. So we've had a lot of science. So if we know more, if we do more things, we can do more complex things, we will learn more, and we will learn quicker, because we're in a hurry. And we'll be able to share things better. If someone is capturing some data in a factory for classification, this can also help how they're cutting the wood. So this can be a huge source of efficiency. Or if a consumer knows where the wood comes from, this is also going to be great. So now we can share data much better. And why is it important to learn quickly? Well, because of this. This is a ski resort in Germany where we have so many dead species here. So climate change is going to come quick. So we have to learn to detect how we can better adapt to the environment and how we can continue productive forests in good conditions, or we will have big problems in just a few years. So we need to do this together with our capacity of digitalization. And we need to have traceability and transparency. This was enough for the 90s, but now I'm the first person to say how we want to do things. It is me now who has to say, well, we have this million hectare, so how I produce this way in Granada, for example, so I can say, well, I produce with these techniques in Granada. I want to share this message, because before that, the only information about the product was just the price. But now we need to add in more information to the product so that we can survive. So we need to have traceability, we need to be transparent, just so that consumers and the society know what we are doing, and so that we can say, well, now I'm addicted to this, because, well, if you're not close to the sector, if you do not understand, then you will not love the new products. But, so for example, me, I don't know much about soccer, so if I say an opinion about soccer, then I'm not an expert. But if you know things, then you can appreciate little details and little efforts, where you can see how someone could have a structure of someone who will have done something similar in Granada, maybe. So we need to work together for the sector that is working really well. There is a blockchain traceability system here. This is in the regional government of Galicia, in the north of Spain. So here, if you scan this QR, you can get to see this. This is a CLT, pine trees. So you can see here the carbon quantity that has been sequestrated by this product, or captured. And here in sources, you can see the mountain and the coordinates where the tree was cut. But the consumers, or some consumers, are not interested in all these information on the different companies working on this piece of wood. But people trust that these credits, or that this information exists, and that so everyone wants to know. We want to know that this happens, and that if you want, someone can verify. So this is what we can do with the product. We can link the product that everyone wants to have to the management. So we need to put this together, and we need to show about this process, or else it will be very difficult to convince people. And otherwise, people will go crazy about saying, well, I want to have my house with very nice cut wood, but I want to protest if there is some illegal forest cutting. And another challenge we have is that we need to develop a multicentric sector. So if I was to speak about the car industry, I could say 5 companies worldwide and loads of suppliers, but all of them have the same problem, almost the same product and the same policies, with a pyramid. But if the forest sector is something like this, where from the same tree, there are very different value chains, where from the same suppliers, we have very different value chains, and some of them are related to the sub-products of the others. So we have to develop our innovation in a multicentric sector, or else we will not succeed, because we will not be playing in the same rhythm. So we need to visualize it like this and work in innovation. Because we may have some sectorial organizations, let's say for mango trees or pine trees or eucalyptus, but a big part of the problems for that we will need to reach big agreements with other sectors who are also our clients. So why is wood special or so much different to others? Well, it is a material which is as good as others for some purposes, but better than others for some purposes. So this we need to also have solutions, and we need to work a lot in this multicentric sector. So just to conclude, we need to change our mind. We need to see ourselves from the outside. So in all fora like these, always someone comes and says, hey, so they see is better than how we see ourselves. So within the economic sectors, 10 years ago, some people used to tell me, well, how was it? Were people interested in what you were doing wood? Well, for wood, we used to do it because no one else was interested. Or, for example, with the car sector, you say, hey, so how can I substitute plastics to replace my carbon footprint with my car, or with the fabrics industry sector. So now we need to change our mentality to understand each other. We have to relate to those sectors, and this will make us change for good. We can learn a lot about sectors for the corporate management and supply management and quality norms, because they've worked a lot in that. So we need to learn from the best. But we cannot lose our essence, because in Europe, no matter how innovative you are, but the products will come from a plot of land or from a public mountain. So we really need to be able to efficiently contribute to this environmental revolution. For this, we need to have a base. So, for example, if there is a factory in Brazil, they can have their industrial process integrated on 1 million hectares of planted trees next to them, and this is also part of the factory. And if we decide that there is a better clone in the future with a better quality for wood, then we can have an order to change these trees. So if we do this in Europe, we have to explain to millions of people that in their village, they can buy a clone of that. So we need to be able to have those products coming to our country, and so people can understand the difference for the production. So this is quite complicated. But we need to change the mindset. We need to try to see how we can be efficient, or else it could be easy just to say, well, do you want some wood? Well, there's millions of hectares in Latin America to buy them. So if we change our mindset, we need to try to maintain our essence, and this is a big challenge. To have the group certifications, we need to have corporations. In the past, I would just buy wood, but I would not be interested in where you get it from. But it was just the price. But now this has changed, and it should not be like as it was. So now first the industry needs to cooperate with the people managing the forests, where they will be working with for decades, and the other way around. So we need to try to motivate the people so they see the products that we have, so that when a father goes to a shop with a kid, he will say, hey, this T-shirt you're wearing, it could come from our very own Poplars. So you could say, hey, my dad sells T-shirts in the best Zara shop also. So we are part of the construction of the library in Helsinki. So the potential of these new products is so big that this allows the consumers and the producers to participate in products where they were not interested in the past. So now if they have some poplars, it's not just having some poplars. With this, they can have high generation fabrics. And this is also great to discuss with friends, to talk with friends at a party, at a dinner party. And of course, it has to be profitable what we do, obviously. But now we have this new opportunity, which we did not have in the past. So now we need to embrace this challenge and this new cooperation, so that we have our family essence of SMEs interlinked and being efficient to respond to the markets. And I'm going to finish with a quote. And it is this one. This is by Eric Hoffer, this US philosopher, saying in times of change, the future will belong to those open to learn, because those who already think they know everything, they will just be well equipped for a world that is no longer existing. So we need to maintain what we know, but we need to be open to learning and to new situations. And we need to innovate. Thank you so much.
fui capaz de meter hasta la larga.
Porque vamos realmente muy mal de tiempo. ¿Ahora?
Dale al botoncito.
De acuerdo. Vamos a pasar a las...
Right, so we're going to move directly to the next paper because we're running out of time, so we have no time for Q&A now. So we've talked about many things. Now we're going to talk about architecture. And it will be architecture in wood. So for this, we have Julian Perez. He's an architect. And he is a senior associate in one of the biggest architecture firms in construction with wood. Wood Silton. So thank you, Julian.
No sé si tenéis para que pase diapositiva. Vale. Bueno, sí, muchas gracias por... No sé si he dado el... No he dado el bueno. Vale. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
All right, so thank you so much for inviting me to be here. I'm a little bit late. Unfortunately, I haven't seen all the other speakers, but from what I've heard, it's extremely interesting. So I hope I live up to the expectations. So I'm an architect. And as Ignacio said, the name of our group or organization is probably the least commercial name that we could have picked, but yeah, Wolf Thistleton Architects, that's the name. And but yeah, besides that, we have a pretty good, pretty solid international reputation. I've been working there for around 15 years, since 2007. And we're not just architects, we're also activists. Because we know that we're not just designers, we're many things. We're actually poets, if you like. We're elegant people, we're formal, we're dressing all in black. But we're also a very important leg of the construction sector. We're actually the construction sector is the one that contaminates the most amount, around 35%, depending on the data. We contributed almost the most to CO2 emissions to the atmosphere, so we're a big part of the problem. So at Wall of Thistleton, we've always thought of what does it mean to be sustainable. And here you can see the Bloomberg headquarters. It won an award in 2018, it won a prize. And also because it got the highest score of the sustainability index back then. So again, this building consumed 35% less energy than an equivalent building. So that was part of the reason why it got that award. So how did it manage to reduce its emissions and its use of energy by 35%? Well, it used a series of materials that used to improve the acoustics, to regulate the light, to regulate the temperature. It also had 100 type of different elements made out of bronze material that were put on the facade to also use the sun energy. So it really used the amount of carbon of the materials, and it had a lot of these things put into its design that allowed it to reduce this emission by that much. So this is pretty significant. And what we believe in, we think that sustainability is not about adding more. We think it's about eliminating things. That's our perspective on that take. So it's not just about being efficient, it's about being sufficient. So we have a more minimalist perspective. So we think, how can we build a space, or how can we construct a space with fewer resources and with fewer things? So our motto is let the timber do the work. So the main issue, we think, is the material that is used. So the material of a building represents 11% of the global emissions. I said around 40% came from the construction sector, while a third of that, it comes just from the materials that are used. So that is something that we really need to keep in mind and something that we really have to work on. So the materials that are used for buildings are improving. Buildings are becoming more efficient, energetically speaking. But we're not focusing enough on this factor, which is understanding the importance of the materials that we use for these buildings. And wood has now become a wonderful opportunity and an alternative to other materials that are much more contaminating and are much worse for the use of the resources such as concrete and steel. So there's a series of advantages to wood. It's renewable, and also well, it's a carbon sink, and it also favors the improvement or an increase of the forest spaces, which, as we've seen, is one of the best ways to turn CO2 to oxygen. So, since we're architects and since we were thinking about the challenge for our generation, which is climate change, and since we're also thinking about the impact of our own actions, I thought about a few things. Well, we as an organization thought about a few things of how we could solve the issue of climate change. Well, becoming a vegan is one option, but I mean, becoming vegan will reduce your personal footprint by 2 tons. But an architect has a much bigger effect on the climate, on the environment, than just one vegan person. So we need to put things into perspective. So we also want to, well, we want to be aware of our responsibility, and we want to go beyond and think a little bit further than those things. And we really want to put things into perspective in the emergency situation that we're currently living in. So I'm just going to show you some of the buildings that we've built. So when I joined the office, this is when we just got the license for starting the construction of this building. So this building is made of 9 floors of back laminated wood. And what this building actually represents is that it was really significant change in the way buildings were constructed, because this was the first time that we accepted the strategy of carbon inside of a building as a form of sustainability. And it was exactly that fact that made this building viable and made it feasible. Back then, there was a norm or a rule that they had to create its own. The building had to create its own 40% of its own energy in a sustainable way. So, in order to be a sustainable building, but there was actually not that much surface for solar panels. Unfortunately, as you can see, it wasn't that big of a building, so there wasn't that much space for the solar panels. So the energy that was produced by those solar panels did not allow for enough energy to receive the necessary investment for a sponsor. And the CO2 from the building, I think it was a significant construction. And as we were actually building it, we noticed that this back laminated wood, well, it had a lot of advantages. We had already seen that previously, but this was the first time that we saw the scale of the importance of how it could be used. It actually has half of the resistance of cement, of concrete, but 1/5 of its weight. So all of this allowed for a much faster construction, an easier construction. Everything was more silent as well. And all in all, it had a lot of advantages. And it also saved 1,152 tons of CO2 being emitted into the atmosphere. So this building you can see now has the same type of construction as Moulegrove. And this was the first time that we saw it was the fireproof of, or the fire test of such a building, but then at a bigger scale. So again, here, instead of 10,000 tons of very heavy concrete, it was much, much, much lighter in terms of the wood that was used for that. And this was very important. The fact that the wood was lighter gave the building a series of advantages. More floors were used because it was built on top of the tunnels that were below the building. So in this case, the lightness of the building allowed us to use a lot more, allowed us to use the floor more and use the terrain more than, for example, concrete would have allowed us to. And again, this was the only way. This was the only option of us for constructing this building. It wasn't necessarily for the fact that we really had a customer or a client that wanted to use wood, but it was regarding the conditions, the terrain. It was what was done and what was decided. So we saw that it was 20% faster, the construction. As you can see, the train hadn't even passed and it was already built. So just you can see how fast it was built.
Claro, este sistema constructivo de muros y paneles está bien para.
So this type of construction with walls and panels is what was used here, which is also a great alternative. But we have also expanded the use of wood to other types. So one of the things that we've used it for is for the industrial sector. What the last speaker was actually saying was that we need to think about the processes in a systematic way.
Quiero decir, ahí tenemos el sector de la construcción es el último que queda por digitalizar.
And the construction sector is the last one that still has to become digitalized, become modernized. And it is the last sector to still implement these changes. So that's why the importance of thinking of these elements as buildings as these separate elements, and consider these separate, distinct elements that make up the building. So the buildings that we create now, that we build now, are the elements that we build in the future, that we make for our grandchildren. So that's why it's important that we think of those type. We think in that perspective. So when somebody's designing a car, you look at the chassis that are available on the market, and based on that, you adjust your own design. So that's basically what we've done. That's what we've done. Well, I mean, we also make nice-looking buildings. We make very nice-looking buildings. And actually, this factory, as you can see here, is also one of our designs. And again, there is nothing unnecessary in this building, in this construction. And it looks nice. So this. We have tried to implement this industrial mentality in all of our building. This is an office building that was constructed with this idea in mind. So thinking that initial idea of thinking this construction and the design as a module 9x9, thinking where the beams are going to be, controlling the supply chain from the beginning, involving the participation of all the agents, all the different elements of lighting, the different beams used, considering all the elements, the impact of wood all that's going to have on the building and on the surroundings. So all of that has to be kept in mind. So it's not just the architect that designs and then it goes over to the different departments and then they design a beam. No, that's not the way we work. So we believe so that architecture can be seen and can be thought of in a different way. So we think of the building as a one complete element and where everything is interconnected. And it's also a way of controlling the prices and having the prices much more under control from the beginning of the construction. So it's not about the material, it's also about the changing of the mentality of how we work and how we construct buildings. So this particular building, the basement and some of the other buildings, it's made out of concrete and the rest is made of wood. So we've used laminated beams that are made of wood, and basically most of it is made of wood, and the slabs as well. So, and this is a building that we're currently building in London. It's the black and white, and this building also implements all of these elements that I've just mentioned. This is a micro-laminated structure with back-laminated wood as well. And here on this graph, I just wanted to use this to illustrate the effect of this construction. And so we can see all these different blueprints here, all these designs here. It's just like it's fantastic to look at. And yeah, and this is this is another building that we're working on. But what's important here is that that particular building only has concrete in its bottom floor and in the basement, because it also has a basement. And this is the graph of the CO2 that comes from the structure. And I don't remember if it was 7 or 8 different floors, but yeah, the green color represents the 7 wood floors, and gray represents the concrete floors. And of course, here we're not including the carbon from the wooden structure. Of course, I would never make a wooden basement because that would be a mistake. But again, when we can see that there is an opportunity to replace one material with another, you can really see the change in the impact. There's a huge impact and a huge difference. And just to finish, I want to show you this building. And it's not specifically poplar, but it's actually a tulip tree. It's a type of poplar that exists in the United States. And also, it's the only thing that I can show you that we've actually done in Madrid. Is the picture on the right. I don't know if any of you have seen that building here in Madrid. But I really think this kind of strengthens our idea of having an activist mindset. But we built a temporal, a temporary construction that we built there. And well, they asked us to construct this pavilion, and we saw this as a great opportunity. So we knew that this was going to be temporary. So we thought, okay, let's make a pavilion that's recyclable, and it can also be used for different purposes. So at the center, you can see the first use for it. That was for the London Design Festival. And then we have and then it was also used in Milan. We also had a different, more classical configuration. We can see it's a more classic courtyard. And from there, we have also used it in Madrid with also a slightly different configuration, with a slightly different layout. And that was basically our purpose. We wanted to raise awareness, and we wanted to show that we can think of architecture as something that's not just about trees, but it's also that we also consider all the different constructive elements, and that they can be recycled into useful things. So not just like turning them into smaller and smaller things, and then at the end it's just a piece of furniture. But no, we also found a lot of uses for them. And that's all that I have had to say. Thank you so much.
Pues Julen, muchas gracias. Uy, me mato. Se me ha dormido el pie. Muy interesante.
All right, thank you so much, Julen. That was really interesting. So now we're going to have the last round table, and we're going to talk about the importance of trees in our lives. So we know that both in nature and in the different applications that we've seen, we're surrounded by wood and by trees. And for that, we have Juan Fernández González. He is the head of strategic finance from ING Spain and Portugal, and he will be the moderator of this round table. And again, about the importance of trees in our lives.
Micrófonos.
Muchas gracias, Carmen.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you so much to everybody for being here with us. And again, as Carlos said, on behalf of ING, we're very happy to be supporting this event and this initiative. We're very much committed to sustainability, and we will continue to be so even more. And but I think that what's most interesting here is the speakers that we have with us. I'm just going to introduce them briefly, and then we will start. We will get the conversation going. So on my right, I have Oscar Crespo. He's the head of business development of the Garnica Group. He is the international leader in the control of poplar trees. And he's also studied in environmental management masters at the University of Yale, so he can also give us a perspective of other countries in terms of what they're doing with wood and sustainability. And we also have Maria Morales, she's a specialist in communication. She also works for Leroy Merlin. As you know, Leroy Merlin is a giant that's very close to a lot of consumers, and she will talk about the importance of forests in their business. Then we also have Maria Lafuente. She is a sustainable designer. She's also from León, where I'm from, the city, place full of poplar trees. So her biography is fascinating, and I'm sure it will be more fascinating to listen to her. And on her right, we have Santiago Saura. He is an engineer, and he has been a teacher for many, many years. And a few years ago, he decided to make a change, and he started to start working in politics. And now he works at the Town Hall of Madrid, and he deals with sustainable development, among other things. So we're going to perhaps give the floor to some of the speakers, and then we're going to start getting into the debate. So, Oscar? Thank you so much, Juan, and thanks so much for having us here. So I thought that you were going to ask me some other another type of question, because I'm sitting here on this sofa. So, I'm not going to get too much into detail, but I'm just going to say, first of all, what is Garnica? Well, Garnica Group is a local company. We're a local group, but we have a global footprint. We have 7 working centers in France and Spain. We employ 7,000 of people, especially in the rural area. What do? We create these type of boards of plywood boards. It's basically a board made of different layers of wood in different directions. And how do we make that? Well, we make it of raw, sustainable raw materials. We use the poplar tree as the main material, the eucalyptus, the pine, among others, and other materials that also provide a lot of added value to this product. And how do we do that? We do it based on material and sustainable products, such as, for example, the poplar tree. It captures CO2 as a green filter. It's also a positive carbon footprint, as Yulin said. So again, this product captures over 5,000 kilograms for every cubic meter that we produce in our factories. So we focus a lot on our efficiency and the use of our resources. We want to use the resources the best as we can and want to give them as much value as we can as well. So we operate especially in rural area. Here you can see a map of the depopulation going on in Spain. And that's where most of our working centers are. And we work on developing innovative products that we commercialize in different types of markets. For example, you can use them for caravans, for yachts. So we have different types of uses for our boards, for our plywood boards, for example, for yachts, for interior design. We have a lot of different types of products, as you can see up on the screen, which we'll get into more detail in a second. And yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you so much, Oscar. So, Maria Molares, please. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thanks so much for having me. It's been very interesting so far, what I've heard, and I've learned a lot. And I want to talk about Leroy Merlin. So, we are currently the leaders in the selling of products for the home, domestic products. And perhaps if you go to the Leroy Merlin product, you don't think that that wood is very important, but actually 50% of our products come from the forest, whether it's woods or other types of paper, a lot of different elements that come from the forest. So we have a very strong idea of the importance of the use of the forest and in a sustainable way, and for that to be implemented in their day-to-day lives of all of our citizens. That's my short presentation. Thank you so much, Maria Lafuente. I think you have a video for us. So let's start off or with you or the video, whatever you want. I don't mind. So perhaps I can start off explaining a little bit, and then they can understand the video better. So as everyone is small, I was always very interested in learning new things. I was interested in nature. I also grew up in the countryside, and that was something that really marked me and really made me interested in everything around me. And then when I was a teenager, I started rebelling and I wanted to have my own identity. And that's when I started doing things with things that I had around my house. With bed sheets, or doing different types of things. I was also interested in art and cinema, but the humanistic aspect was always key for me. So I'm actually a very social person, but shy at the same time. And I thought of thinking, how could I leave a legacy behind? Because that was my ultimate goal. I wanted somebody to remember what my mission on this planet was in the future. And this entire experience with baggage and with experiences that I've gathered across my experience, well, all of this has made me think. For example, this product that I'm wearing. Is sustainable, and I've actually had the opportunity of talking at the European Union about some of these things that I've designed, and I'm very proud because I've never seen the UN buildings in real life. I've only seen in pictures. So I had the opportunity of talking there and talking about my products and my design. So when I told my parents, I remember it was a very beautiful moment because I got very emotional. And yeah, I remember the day I visited it. It was a very special day as well, and it was a very special opportunity to share my experiences, and it was beautiful. It was wonderful to be a pioneer in that sense in those products, and I will always be thankful for that. And I think that people like me that work in the fashion industry, and it might seem that we might not be as closely related to sustainability or a little bit more vain, but some designers also look for a different identity and also look for something that's of other aspect that's so important in our environment. Actually, fashion from 2025, nobody will be able to destroy everything that we're wearing as clothes. So it's important that we also implement these mindset in our society and we raise awareness of this. And I think we're all aware of what we leave for our future generations, and we're all responsible for leaving a good planet for our grandchildren. And we all have to take part in this. So with my philosophy, I'm also join more. I also acquire certain activist mindsets, and I'm very interested in designing these types of things, and I focus on also cultural aspects as well, social and sustainability aspects. So again, I'm going to give the floor to my other colleagues. I'm going to give them the opportunity to talk as well. My last collection was called Suka. It was a very special collection. It was dedicated to my dad, and I had the opportunity of actually of preparing this and filming all of this in a wonderful location. And I don't know if some of you have seen it. And we had all these beautiful materials there. And yeah, you can see it up on the screen. This was the video that we made of my collection. Thanks so much for the invitation.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, María, impresionante. Luego seguimos comentando de dónde provienen todos esos.
Thank you so much, Maria. Later on we can talk about all these dresses that you designed, which are impressive. So now, Santiago, thank you so much for organizing today's conference and for inviting me to participate in this round table. We are in the city of Madrid, where we have 1.7 million public trees, many hectares, many streets with trees. So we have a big green heritage. But this is not enough, and because the trees, nature, green infrastructures, the solutions based on nature are more and more at the core in the response to the crisis and the needs that we are facing in the big cities when it comes to sustainability. And specifically, we have experimented some heat waves, for example, last week, and climate change is already here. And maybe one of the best ways to improve the adaptability to this in the cities to climate change, this is a solutions based on nature, and also to implement the green elements in different points of the city. Also, the pandemic has shown to us how it was necessary to have green quality public spaces in the cities. And also the green areas that we have, sometimes there is a lack of continuity. So we're working those lines with different projects, including the Metropolitan Forest, where we have the ambition to have an ecologic green social corridor with 75 kilometers of continuity connecting green areas which already exist, such as Casa de Campo Park, through the plantation of at least 450,000 new trees to generate green spaces, to have a continuous green belt. So we've started to deploy this project with 22 million euro in our budget for this year, and this is a project for 10 years. So, of course, we need to work in conservation of the green areas that we already have. So in the new contract we have for maintenance of green areas, in Madrid we have 435 million euro for 4 years for maintenance of green areas. So this is an increase of 50% that we had in the past in the city. And at a big scale, since we're also talking here a lot about, of course, about our trees, our poplar. So in Paso de Mexico and in Retiro Park, in the reform that was conducted last year, 48 poplar trees, Populus alba, were planted in this part of the city. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Santiago. Bueno, como no tenemos mucho tiempo, me gustaría ir directamente al grano.
Thank you so much, Santiago. So we don't have much time, but we have a big panel of experts with people from the private companies and public administration. So I'd like to ask Oscar, maybe Santiago can help you. What incentives or policies do you wish for the future so that Garnica business, and also Maria at Leroy Merlin, how can you be more sustainable and grow more in the future? And maybe you, Santiago, maybe you can explain what policies you can have to support the businesses to use more wood, promoting more sustainable plantations, so that you can also grow in this bioeconomics. So maybe, as Jody said, we have the situation where wood, there's a bigger and bigger demand for wood, and also at a European level. So there's a promotion for that, and also wood is health, and we feel comfortable with that. But in terms of policies, where we have more problems is in the creation of those resources. So, for example, other colleagues mentioned that we do not have a common forestry policy, even though we have an agricultural common policy. And we see how it can be complex to have these management with active management. So there is a lot to do. And there we will have more needs for resources. So the new figures we just heard from the City Council of Madrid, if we compare this to the territory with forestry management in the rural areas, the budget is very different compared to the rest of the territory where the raw material will be generated that we need to consume. So there we have a lot to do. We have many policies to execute at a local, regional, national level, and we need to be coherent with the demand and with what we want to achieve. Otherwise, we'll have to import those products from somewhere else. First of all, in a city like Madrid, with 3.3 million people, we are a big center for consumption of materials, of resources, and we need to see, we need to be very aware of what we consume, what we demand, what we have, and these all across the territory and all across Spain. So we need to try to have the consumption patterns in the cities having some beneficial effects on the rest of territories at a rural and forestal area level. And here we still have a lot to do in this regard. And this is not just when it comes to incorporating the wood in the different constructions. So in the food sector, for example, this is more developed. So there we can promote sustainability, proximity products. So there, for example, which has been more developed in the food sector. This has not been so much implemented in other products, such as forestry products, such as wood, where there is a big potential for penetration into the city. So there we need to do self-analysis, the public authorities and also the industry. So of course, the urban vision, very often we do not know, we can have some wrong perceptions on some things. So sometimes we tend to use other materials which pollute much more and come from farther away, so this we need to stop. So my next question will be from María Lafuente and María Morales about the clients. So the clients of your fashion designs. So there, how do we perceive those products which are very different compared to those that have been offered to the market? So if the clients know about the traceability, where the products come from, are they willing to pay more for the same products? Yesterday I had an event with a brand that has selected me because when it comes to creating this corporate identity for the stewardesses, they wanted someone with a personality, with this PFC certificate, and this shows that we use 3/4 of the standard water. Sorry, 3/4 less of water, so it's just 25% of the standard. And there you can see also companies and people who want to distinguish themselves. And when it comes to communication, they want to explain why they chose this. So it's not just the design, but also how this is constructed, so that we are all aware of what we have to do as citizens. So little by little and step by step, this is really essential. And we need to communicate that everything that we wear is part of generating fewer resources. So with the new law that will be passed, we will be able to be more aware. But also these are very comfortable materials. So we also have more quality when it comes to wearing them. So now I'm very lucky that people like it, but also it's a real awareness because this is authentic and people look for this uniqueness. Thank you. And you, Maria, the clients, do they perceive that the products are sustainable wood? And are they willing to pay more? At Leroy Merlin, we have a wood policy where 100% needs to be certified wood, PSCFC, and we double-check the origins in some more risky countries. We verify that there's no problem in the place of origin, so we also verify on-site with inspections. But when it comes to communicating this to the clients, it is difficult, just because we cannot be experts in everything. So, yeah, if you go to buy some painted paper or a cushion, you do not think of, well, maybe this little wood ball, is this certified? So we may not see. So, for example, if this is for bigger things, maybe if there's a QR, we can check that and we can investigate or something. But it doesn't mean by default that we're going to pay more. But when we tell this story, when we really did a big exercise of raising awareness with our team, so here, for example, the clients are very interested. So we've not measured whether they want to pay more, but they see it, but they prefer it if it's the same price. And then they're interested and they keep the message and then they look for it later on. So they are not going to pay more from as their own initiative, but they keep the message and maybe they had just come here to buy a cushion, but then they can remember the story, and then in the future they may need something bigger, maybe a table or something, or a door, and then they will ask the assistant at the shop asking if this is has a certificate or not. So we see there is a big interest. So it is the companies, whether it is a fashion company or home textile company, we need to highlight the value of sustainable forestry and the role of wood, also with the support of the public institutions explaining what this is about, because right now there's no general knowledge, because it is impossible to know about everything. Great, thank you. So today we've had people who are very passionate about the different uses of wood. Of course, there are so many possible uses, and we'll have new uses in the future, new processes, and how to bring wood to the final products. And one of the big uncertainties that I discussed with Jordi this morning was about managing the resources and increasing those resources so that this sector of the economy can grow further. So Garnica is one of the big buyers of Poplar in Spain and France. So how do you manage resources? How do you make sure that you will have a future where the raw materials will not be missing? Thank you so much. We are mainly an industry company. We're more transformer rather than managers of the territory. So we support the owners in the decision making about what to plant, how to look after it. So we have a team of more than 40 people in our team, and we have a forestry team who are in charge of buying the wood and also having a good relationship with the territories, with the forestry owners. This was didn't say before, but the average forestry owners are people who are a bit older and they have a very little plot of land. So they manage these, so they need to have some incentive to manage that. So there's a big exercise for training, because it's not just their daily work, but it is just it's not their main job, but it's just like an additional extra income to for some extra expenses whenever they sell this wood. So we need to train them a lot. And when it comes to warranty, those resources, well, we transform the raw materials into a product with the highest value possible. So we compete in more than 40 countries. So we need to compete in the high value segment. So we want to have the highest value to our products so that this can be moved to the value or brought to into the value chain. And for the funding, there's a lot to explore for the future, of course. There are some defined structures for small and medium scale to see how we can bring this financing to the small owners to have this sector grow. Thank you so much. So for the authorities, in the morning we talked about the European Union, how they're pushing reforestation, but this is complicated because there is no common forestry policy as we have for agriculture. So at a local level for Madrid, the region of Madrid, do we have some reforestation policy or some funding, or do you have time for those things from your department? Yes. So in June last year, we presented our local plan for with European funds for transformation and resiliency of the city of Madrid. And there we included the action lines with different projects for funding with the recovery plans for the next generation. With different lines and 105 projects. One of the lines was bringing nature back to the city. So until now, we've had 200 million euro from the European Next Generation funds we've gained, but the biggest part of the money is not related just to reforestation in the city. Here we have more low emissions or sustainable mobility or bus fleets or markets. Because we have some for river management. And we need to see what the impact will be in the cities, and we really also hope to have some improvement in this sense. So this is an adaptation and not just so much a mitigation of climate change, because normally this 10 million tons of CO2 equivalents released every year, and the green areas, we can estimate it can absorb 30,000 tons. So the absorption of green areas is very little compared to the huge emissions that we generate in the city. So this can help to adapt a little bit, not so much mitigate, but in Madrid, in the city where there's a very limited space for reforestation, then we'll need to see how we can have a bigger impact if we can extend this to other rural territories. So we'll need to coordinate as much as good as possible. So we also need to have some more cross-sectional calls for funding for different funds. So we've requested for many projects. We really expect to also have some more bigger cross-sectional projects. And we have some calls from the European Union where it's different, and it's very separated with the companies and the city council or regional level. So there's also a lot of bureaucracy also here at the European Union. You mentioned the CO2 emissions, catches. So normally there is very specific goals in the cities to become net zero cities for when it comes to release of CO2. Do you have some goals to reduce CO2 emissions, and what are those goals, and how would this compare to other European cities, for example? Yeah, we do have some indicators there. So just 1 year ago, we presented our roadmap towards climate neutrality in the city of Madrid, and this includes the goal of being neutral by 2050. And for 2030, we want to reach a reduction of minus 65% of greenhouse effect emissions compared to the 90s, where we had 13 tons yearly. Now we have like 10, so we need to reach 4.5 tons of emissions. So here we are analyzing all the levers for decarbonization to reduce those emissions, and also there we include some economic study, which would be the cost of the investment, or about the investments that we would need to advance with all those levers for decarbonization. And also there's a study of the return to the city. And it is very interesting that the ROI would be positive, and it would be above 30%, so that the city will get back positive figures. And really taking into account the direct savings, this will be consuming less energy, and then energy will be cheaper, but also this indirect. This will be more employment, and better health. So here, this was approved already, and with this, Madrid joined the program Horizon Europe. There was 300 candidates, 100 were selected, and 7 of those cities are Spanish, and Madrid is one of those 7 Spanish cities. So in Brussels, the beginning of this mission was launched, and this goes until 2030 to advance in the climate neutrality in Madrid and in other selected cities. So this is a big strategy also to reduce emissions and also to have a better model of the city.
Pues por mi lado,
So perhaps just one last question, because I'm just very interested, especially in the work of Maria, because I just browsed her website, and then I started seeing a huge list of products that you use for your designs. So how do you do that? How do you make up? How do you come up with those designs? What providers do you contact? Is it a simple process? Could you tell us a little bit about that? Well, creative processes are always a lot of hard work, but I like to have a challenge, and I like being a pioneer. I like being the first person who does these things. So that's why I'm always looking for new models and new things that I can reuse. For example, with some of the things that I've seen are just I really like collaborating with artists as well to come up with some of these ideas. And as well, for example, with tires, that's also been an idea that I've always had. So I always knew that I wanted to do something with that. So, for example, what I'm wearing right now, it's also made of 3D. I work together with an innovation company. So I like to maintain tradition. So craftsmanship is one of our legacies that we always want to maintain. So we've worked with a lot of different people who have helped us to create these different products, or creating different woolen products, or other type of materials or type of clothes. So that's why I've always combined a lot of different things, a lot of different styles. And in one of those designs I communicated with the Museo del Prado, and they were helping me with getting one of these materials. So basically, what I did is I applied for an appointment, and I told them about my project, and yeah, that's how I managed to create a collection with those materials that they gave me. So I thought that was and that's how I ended up using these tarpaulins for this collection. And of course, everything was done by hand, and I painted it by hand as well. And that's basically the idea that I've always used. I've used a lot of different materials since the beginning. So, for example, potato starch I've also used for some of my collections,
and basically always focus as well on the reutilization, the recycling of plastic. So I've done a lot of designs with that as well. And I also created, I had a collection that was kind of a protest of how we treat the ocean. And again, for example, the microplastics that end up in the ocean, and the fish eat that microplastic, and then we eat the fish. So we need to be aware of what we throw into the oceans. So all of my collections always have an idea behind them. It's not just about the aesthetics, about how it looks. It's also, what's more important for me is that I know what I want to do with it, what I want to achieve with it, and what my purpose is. So it's also a philosophy, and yeah, I basically just really like new challenges and finding new materials. So again, yeah, I really like finding new alliances and new products, and I also like finding people that think like. So in that industry that you're mentioning, in the fashion and the textile industry, do you think that people are going to get inspiration from your collections in order to make a change or to head towards a more sustainable future? Do you think people are getting inspired based on your ideas? Yeah. So for example, the PFCs that I use, it comes from a Spanish company, is a type of material that I use a lot in my design. So anybody that that designs clothes as well, that's also interested in sustainability, can also use this material. So we see that the newer generations are very much aware of this issue and of the importance of leaving better things behind for everybody else or for our grandchildren. So again, yes, when you're a pioneer, when you're the first that does these types of things, you're always going to have people follow us, and especially in these types of things that are beneficial for everyone. Well, thank you so much. Thanks so much to all four of you, and on behalf of ING, I think we will try to keep working towards sustainability and the world of wood. Thank you so much.
Bien, pues, aunque vamos con bastante. Vale, haz la pregunta.
Gracias. No, quería hacer una pregunta a Óscar y otra.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question for Oscar and Juan. So since we've talked about the poplar, eucalyptus, pine, and other types of woods, could you define so you talked about noble types of woods, could you talk about the more basic types of woods? And if I applied for a credit for a loan, would you give me a lower interest if I do it with these types of wood? So let's start in order. So I was actually referring to other types, for example, walnut trees, the cherry trees. Every type of wood is noble, and the resource and the material is noble in itself. And we're actually working on a lot of green products. And we are seeing that a lot of companies are already doing this. And they're also seeing that they are cutting down their costs by promoting a sustainable economy. So we're still working on this. We're still not there yet, but it's underway. So nowadays, talking about the green mortgages are based on the energetic certificates. So just because you use wood as a construction material, you're not going to get a reduction in the costs right now. We're not there yet. But I think that what we're seeing in the regulations is that we're going to start rewarding these type of sustainable decisions in the construction and consumption. It's not there yet right now, but we hope that this will eventually be what will happen. Okay, thank you so much. And now we're going to go over to the closing of the day. We've got a long delay. We have Pedro Garnica, he's the former chairman of Propopulus and the chairman of the Garnica Group. All right, well, good morning or almost afternoon. I'm going to try to be very short, very brief. So I just want to say that today is a wonderful learning opportunity because we've had some very interesting speeches. So I'm just going to talk a tiny little bit about Propopulus because the reason Poplar was created was because of a worry from the industrial sector, because we saw a certain incoherence and we saw a problem. And that is that the problem is that there is a very strong demand for poplar trees, and it's still growing. But at the same time, the plantations, the poplar trees, are in decline in every country. So that doesn't make a lot of sense, and that didn't make a lot of sense. That's why we decided to join together with different European countries to talk about what we could do. And today is an example of one of those things, giving visibility and raising awareness of something that we're all worried about. So I tried to talk about the poplar trees and the countryside as well, because that's where the trees are planted. And I think that we really need to do work as hard as possible to ensure that the countryside can use this goods that they have, these assets, these wonderful assets, because otherwise we're not going to achieve a thing. So I was reading a note from our Minister Reyes Maroto last week, and she talked about how we had to maintain our rural companies, because if we let our rural companies die, then we're not going to have a lot of more alternatives. And that's exactly what's happening with the poplar trees. We don't have a lot of other alternatives in the countryside. But the poplar tree in itself is an alternative. It's an alternative, it's an opportunity. So we're seeing that all types, most cities are setting their bases in industrial complexes in the middle of the city, always in the city. What's happening now is that the countryside is getting emptier. I'm from a small town. But it's important that we're aware of this, and we also need to be aware where we're creating these, where we're setting these companies in order to avoid the depopulation of the countryside. So I want to focus on the poplar tree because, of course, there is a lot of things to say. It's a very broad subject, and the other day I was reading that there's just like with cars, the world of woods is so broad. There's so many things to say that there are thousands of things that we can talk about. We can never finish. And this morning we've already talked about a lot of different things. And I think it's been very interesting because there's a lot to say. So I always see the issue of poplar trees as a huge opportunity for the countryside, for the rural area. And the minister was saying that there are not a lot of opportunities, in the countryside, but the poplar tree is, so we should keep it in mind because it's a great opportunity. So if we plant all the fertile lands in the region of Castillo, especially if we planted it full with poplar trees, we will be creating so many benefits. There's 41,000 hectares that are free there that could be completely planted with poplar trees. So there is so many opportunities. There are so many fields that could be filled with poplar trees that can be planted there. But we can plant anything we want there, because what's important here is that those territories are perfectly capable of, they can be planted perfectly, and it's also very profitable. And that is something that we need to be aware of. Well, we have a series of issues that we don't know how to solve. We have one issue that, well, poplar trees require 15 years to be used. 15 years. But nowadays, we don't think about that the long term. But when we talk about the financial sector, and they've given us the opportunity of being here, but we can ask them, okay, what can you pay us for a poplar tree farm? And then they ask us, well, how long does it take to be profitable? 15 years. Then it's out of the question. The bank and the financial institutions do not consider these long-term plans or long-term investments. So it's not part of their agenda. For politicians as well. Politicians think, well, in 4 years they're going to be voted again, or they're not going to vote for me. So I need short-term investments, short-term changes, not long-term changes. So of course, these are some of the issues that we have, and that we have to overcome. So we think the poplar tree as a huge opportunity for the countryside. I'm just going to give you some figures. Well, first of all, we also have a plantation company that we hope that it's going to grow this year. That's our goal. And this year we have planted around 400 hectares, 103,000 poplar trees, or more or less. It's not. And the company is called Bosques y Ríos. And all of those invoices come from the rural area, from the person planting, from the tractor, from the person that gives me the plant, that sells me the plant. So all those invoices are 100% from the countryside. So if we really start planting, and as I said, there's a lot of plantable hectares, we could be providing a perfect solution for the countryside. And a lot could be planted. And we could also invest millions of euros. So when that plantation starts becoming a reality, we mostly operate in smaller towns. And in total, we have where we have 1,300 employees. So this is rural employment. So again, mostly in smaller towns, and also most of our factories are also in the countryside. So that's a huge employment opportunity for the rural areas. So again, this is an excellent opportunity. 93% of our production goes to exports, and it actually goes to the main countries, the main markets in the world. For example, the United States is our main market. So they're very happy with our product, and so that's why we have a huge growth or opportunity for growth. And then other opportunities are the main European countries: France, Germany, Holland, etc. So again, I am very happy to see that at the end there's a lot of benefits for the rural area. So all of these things at the end have a positive effect on the rural area. And when we have, yeah, sorry, I just remembered something.
No pasa nada. Bien, entonces, además, entonces estamos ahí en esa coyuntura de qué podemos hacer.
So right now we're in a situation where we're considering what we can do, what can be done. But the main issue is that nobody supports us in these plantations. There is no forest policies in Europe, in Spain, no regional policies either. So in the end, what we have to do is find our own solutions. So either there's a change, or either there's we need new changes. We need the participation of politicians. We need to be involved and interested in these issues, and otherwise, we're not going to find a solution. So maybe the financial world will be able to tell us, oh yeah, maybe we can invest in that. I would love to see the financial world to come up with some sort of solution. But yeah, right now we're looking for solutions in France, in Spain. So we're trying to find ways to plant more poplar trees, because again, the poplar tree is a wonderful type of wood which is created in the rural area, and that's where it should be planted. And people are not really aware of all the benefits of all that can be done with it. So infinite number of things. So today we're actually thinking of creating a special R&D center, and it will be made 100% of poplar wood. We also had an architect talking about all the opportunities of the poplar wood. So Rafael Moneo is designing this project for us, and it's going to be made of our own poplar trees, and it's 100% of these poplar trees. So we can create a lot of different things. And why is the poplar so interesting? Well, besides all the advantages of wood, the resistance, the lightness, it also has two advantages which are very unique. And again, it's the lightness, as our architect has mentioned, that it's very useful to use these lighter materials to create buildings. So imagine how useful that is in a caravan or in a boat to use these lighter materials. The other day, I was reading that the boat of the director of Amazon, and it also had poplar wood, as well as the boat of Steve Jobs also uses poplar wood for this. I mean, that's a secret he would never tell us, but it is known. So again, a lot of things can be made with poplar wood, with poplar trees. And I've been working on this, and I've been interested in this for a very long time, since I was small, where I was already working with my dad in this field. And we have actually together built a huge company with a turnover of 400 million. And we are international or European leaders in poplar wood. And we still plan to do more. We actually had to make business with France for them to provide poplar to us. But of course, I would prefer to just use the poplar production here in Spain. But of course, if we don't have enough poplar trees here, we have to go to France, and we have to get their poplar trees as well. So that's just a decision that we've had to take. I said that I didn't want to get into too much detail. Again, there's so many things that are interesting about poplar trees, but I'm just going to try to sum up the most important things, and I'm going to have to read these out.
Concluir haciendo hincapié solamente en unas cuantas ideas. Primera.
So, just a few ideas. So, poplar wood is the wood that has the highest demand right now. It's the most highly demanded wood at the moment. It's not just us. All the other people in this industry are using these poplars. So as we've seen, we've had to import these woods from France. We have plantations in France, but other companies have to go to France to buy it, to transport that. And that also is a significant investment, a significant cost. You have to cut it, you have to collect it, you have to transport it. And of course, that's something that's also a significant investment, and that's something that could be kept in mind. And the second issue is that it also has the highest price. It surpasses most other woods, such as the pine and eucalyptus. The prices right now of standard wood are around, and I'm not even talking about good quality and bad quality, but it's around 150 and at least 150 euros per cubic meter. And we're seeing that the eucalyptus and pine are around 60, 70, and it's literally at least doubling it and tripling it even in the upper ranges. So we don't know how long this is going to keep on going, how long we're going to be able to maintain this. But again, the market is resisting right now. So again, this is a very significant factor to keep in mind, and this is a real issue. So it's a huge market, and it's a very, very, very high price I've seen. And of course, there's a lot of other issues such as environmental aspects, the CO2. Of course, we're not going to neglect all of that. There's also very important benefits. Of course, the poplar tree is the most sustainable tree. This was my next point. But it's extremely sustainable in all of its terms. It's sustainable ecologically speaking, socially speaking, that cannot be cannot be compared with to any other types of species. So poplar wood is the most sustainable type of wood in our territory. So there could be other types of territories in other countries that that perhaps are more sustainable, but at least I'm talking especially about Europe, not just Spain, this is by far the most sustainable and ecologic type of wood. And also what I consider very important is that it's a wonderful solution for the countryside. And because of its structure, there are many little towns that could use all of its potential. But really, nobody is really worrying about the countryside, about these smaller towns. Why is nobody telling these small towns in the countryside that they could use this opportunity and plant more poplar trees? But again, we are industrial at the same time, and we're going to keep being that. It's our that's the way we operate. But that's the way it is. So again, I'd just like to give a response to our Ministry of Industry, Minister of Industry, and I would like to tell her we have enough opportunities, but what we have to do is to find them and put them and make them a reality. And I really think that's something that's at the heart of this question. So we have a real opportunity here that can be, we just have to make it a reality. I'm very happy, and I'm positive that I'm sure that there's going to be some politician that will be interested in. I think we had one in the past that was interested. But I think the first speaker that we had came from the world of politics, but she left. I'm sure there's somebody else. Well, Madrid is the capital. It's a little bit more complicated. Madrid is part of Spain, that's right. But it's not really rural. It's not really countryside. It's a capital, and that's not really the issue here. But I think that's important. And yeah, I think that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, so that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for all your attention. and we will be able to finish shortly. And then outside, you can ask us any question you want, because I think that now we're not going to take any questions. But later, outside, I will answer any questions that you want. I'll be more than happy to respond to any question. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Pedro. Y ya para cerrar la jornada, tiene la palabra Carlos.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Now we give the floor to Carlos García Peredo, the head of structured finance of ING Spain and Portugal.
Gracias. Gracias a todos. Gracias por venir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. It's been a very intense day. We've talked about a lot of different things. First of all, I would just like to thank the ProPopulus and ING teams for organizing this event. We started organizing this event almost 3 years ago. It's been fascinating. So thanks to all the speakers. It's been very interesting. And again, I'd just like a round of applause for all of you.
Y me ha gustado mucho un término que ha utilizado Julen en su exposición.
And I really like the term that Julen used. He said, we're not just architects, we're also activists. And I think that it's similar here at ING. So we work in finance, but we're also activists. Because we want to find alternatives in order to because we want to reduce the carbon footprint, and we want to find alternatives to do that. So we've talked about a lot of issues today. We've talked about traceability, about how important it is to raise awareness about what can be done in the industry. So now we say, so what can we do in the finance sector? And as Juan said, we do feel like we are there. We are in a place where we can give solutions to our customers and we can encourage them to decarbonize their activity. So, and as Juan said, maybe we have to encourage these companies to have a zero carbon footprint, but all of these ideas and all these plans already existed. Just in Spain and Portugal, we have invested over 10 billion in these type of ideas and proposals. So customers really we have to encourage them. They have to be aware of this. Because yes, possibly a house that is made out of woods will be more sustainable and will be worth more money, and the customer will appreciate that. So us banks, we should be aware. Is it more expensive? Then we have to fund that. We have to finance that. And I'm just going to finish. We are in an industry where there is a lot of wood, of course. There is enough wood to fight against climate change, to develop and to help the countryside grow, as Pedro was saying, and to achieve the collaboration of public and private in creating that long-term investment and creating an impact that will save our planet. Thank you so much.
Muy bien.
All right, so we're finishing with this. So next we'll invite you to have some food and drink.